The opening session of the 2025 OGP Global Summit will begin in 8 minutes. Please take your seats. La sesión de apertura de la Cumbre Global de la Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto 2025 comenzará en 8 minutos. Por favor, tome asiento. The opening session of the 2025 OGP Global Summit will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. La sesión de apertura de la Cumbre Global de la Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto 2025 comenzará en 5 minutos. Por favor, tome asiento. Please have your devices ready, connected to your headphones, and logged into the interpretation app. Interpretation will be provided remotely. Recuerden tener sus dispositivos a mano, conectados a sus auriculares y permanecer dentro de la aplicación para la interpretación. La interpretación se hará de manera telemática. Thank you. Amigas y amigos del Gobierno Abierto, Lagun Agur Garriak, bienvenidas y bienvenidos a la Cumbre Global de la Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto 2025. Desde Vitoria-Gasteiz, capital del País Vasco,
from Vitoria-Gasteiz, capital of the Basque
y
country,
compromiso
land of
democrático,
innovation,
es un
participation,
honor darles la
and
bienvenida a
democratic
este
commitment.
espacio
It's a
donde las
great honor
ideas se
to
encuentran
welcome
con la
you
acción.
to this space where ideas find
Here today, in the heart
action.
of Basque country, a region that embodies resilience, creativity, and the spirit of open government. Durante los próximos días, más de 100 países, cientos de líderes gubernamentales y representantes de la sociedad civil se reunirán para compartir experiencias, aprender unos de otros y fortalecer el compromiso de democracias más abiertas, inclusivas y sostenibles. The summit is more than a meeting. It is a global conversation. From Guatemala to Cape Verde, from the Netherlands to the Philippines, from Kenya to Indonesia, we are united by a single vision. Transparency, participation, and accountability are not just principles, but the engines of trust and transformation. Eskerrik asko Vitoria-Gasteiz por acogernos en esta ciudad que simboliza colaboración y diálogo.
Thank you very much, Vitoria-Gasteiz, for welcoming us. Thanks to everybody that has worked relentlessly to make this
to every
summit
delegate,
happen.
speaker, reformer, and organizer who brings this vision to life. Hoy abrimos un capítulo de inspiración y acción.
Today we open an inspiration and action chapter.
Ongi etorri. Welcome. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos.
Welcome everybody.
Para darnos oficialmente la bienvenida a esta maravillosa ciudad,
To welcome us officially to this great city, let's
de
welcome our host,
Maider
the
Echevarria.
mayor of Vitoria-Gasteiz, Maider Echevarria.
Egunon, muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Secretaria de Estado de Función Pública, Director
Secretary of State, Public Function,
de la
Global
Alianza para el
Manager
Gobierno
of Communications of the Alliance for the Open Government, authorities, national authorities and international authorities,
Guten Tag,
attendees.
willkommen in Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Yes.
Bienvenue,
Welcome to Vitoria-Gasteiz.
bonjour à Vitoria-Gasteiz. Good morning and welcome to Vitoria-Gasteiz. Buenos días y bienvenidos y bienvenidas a
Good
Vitoria-Gasteiz.
morning to
Eta
Vitoria-Gasteiz.
nazio batuen hezkuntza ofizialetako bat ez izan arren, asko gustatuko
And
litzaidake
although this is not of one of
euskeraz ere
the official languages of the United Nations, I would
Egunon eta
like
ongi
to welcome
etorri
you
Gasteizen.
all in Basque.
Oso pozik
It's
gaude
in
Gasteizen
our Basque language. Welcome to Vitoria.
ospatzen delako.
We are very happy.
Quiero
of being
antes de
able to
nada
organize this
agradecer
event
al
here
Gobierno de
in
España
Vitoria.
y a la Open Government
I would like to say thank
su
you to the
confianza,
government of Spain and
confianza
Open
en
Government Partnership.
para acoger
Its
esta cumbre.
trust on Vitoria
Es un
for
inmenso
welcoming and
honor
hosting this
como alcaldesa
summit.
de esta
It's a
ciudad
great honor
y un reto
as a
también para
mayor of
nuestra
the city
ciudad
and a challenge
convertirnos en la sede de
for
un
our city
encuentro internacional
to
que
become
no es
into the
solo el
headquarters
mayor
of
que
an
haya
international
acogido
event
en
that
toda
is
su
not
historia
only the biggest
la
one that
capital de
has
Euskadi, es
ever
también
been
una gran
welcomed by the
oportunidad
capital of the Basque country.
para
It is also a
empoderar
great
la gobernanza
opportunity,
local,
a once-in-a-time
mejorar la
opportunity to
colaboración
empower the
internacional
local governance, to
conocer
improve
propuestas innovadoras
international collaboration and to discover
gobierno
innovative
abierto.
proposals in
La
terms of
comunidad
open government.
internacional tiene sus
The
ojos en
international
Vitoria-Gasteiz,
community
una ciudad
is
que
looking
se ha
at
volcado en
Vitoria-Gasteiz,
esta cumbre para
a city
ofrecer nuestra mejor
that
versión.
is trying to offer our best
Abrimos
version
nuestra ciudad al mundo para
in this
reforzar
summit.
nuestro compromiso
We're opening our
con la
city to the world
democracia,
to reinforce
los
our
derechos
commitment
humanos
with
y el buen
democracy,
gobierno.
human rights,
Ejecutivos,
and good
ejecutivas de
governance.
todo el mundo y
Executives from
representantes de las
all over the world and
están aquí,
representatives
estáis aquí para
of
compartir
civil society.
y reflexiones
You're here to
en un
share
momento clave
goals and
para la democracia.
reflections
Asumimos la responsabilidad
in a key
de
moment
empoderar
for
a la
democracy.
ciudadanía
We
con
assume
voluntad de
the
servicio público.
responsibility of empowering the
Avanzamos
citizens
para
with the
lograr
will of public service.
más receptivos.
We move on to have more receptive governments and more
Following
responsible.
sentence. Open government is not telling what you do, but being willing to let it be challenged. Captures the essence of this summit because open government goes beyond transparency or citizen participation. It is also a process of improvement that strengthens democratic quality. That is why Vitoria, our city, is proud to listen to international best practices and to open new avenues of collaboration in public management. Thanks to you, we will make stronger the basic principles of open government, which put citizens in the center. Les premières sessions, qui se sont avérées très intéressantes, ont débuté déjà hier. Les échanges d'expériences ne font que commencer. Le programme est
These sessions have been very interesting and has been an exchange of experiences. The program is very ambitious, and we will be able to make a diagnosis of the current situation. And after all these days, we will also be able to define the challenges and to know the action plans. So, during these sessions, these open sessions, I would like to thank every single person that has come along from all over the world to convey their reflections.
Eine genaue Diagnose der Gegenwart zu erstellen und in die Zukunft blicken zu können, müssen wir die Vergangenheit analysieren. Die Antwort auf all diese ist Multilateralismus. Lösungen sind erforderlich und können nur durch Konsens erreicht werden. Wir arbeiten zusammen, wir einigen uns, wir innovieren und alles trotz der geopolitischen Rivalitäten, die die Weltbühne momentan erschüttern. Dies ist ohne Zweifel der richtige Weg und eines der Prinzipien, die zur Gründung dieser Allianz geführt haben. Der Dialog muss sich gegen Gewalt durchsetzen. Esta cumbre se celebra en un momento de incertidumbre a nivel mundial donde la violencia y el crecimiento
held in a moment of uncertainty where violence and the growth of authoritarian speeches are nurturing fragmentation that hits the universal values that inspire us. This is why this is paramount to reinforce multilateralism,
la transparencia, la participación y la mejora de los procesos de rendición de cuentas generan confianza en la ciudadanía y dan coherencia, como no, a la gestión pública. Cualquier línea de acción en este sentido, como las que vamos a escuchar estos días, construir un liderazgo eficaz.
Will contribute, build an efficient leadership.
And your commitment to democratic values. And of course, I encourage you, as mayor of the city, to find between sessions the time to enjoy our lovely city, the charms of the city that surround you. You are spending here many time here in this Palace of Congress called Europa. But there are a lot of small points around the city that will offer you also to visit. So we hope you enjoy them. The institutions, the different institutions here, we have been very coordinated. And we have planned everything with a lot of detail, a lot of love. So we hope you can enjoy our city. And I assure you that the immersion here in Vitoria, in our city, is worthwhile. That is a sustainable city that boasts culture, that boasts good values, and that boasts also flavors. Aukera hau, baliatu nahi dugu elkarrizketa aberasteko eta munduari gure nortasuna erakusteko. Eta gainera, eztabaida multilateral.
So we want to open to the world and to show our personality.
Esta cumbre llega en un momento oportuno
que nos permite
celebrar el multilateralismo,
so that we can celebrate multilateralism and the principles that foster this alliance, that are inspired on your talent.
Los valores que nos permiten construir una sociedad más
are trying to build a more resilient society, more sympathetic, and especially more that is able to dialogue. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön.
Have a very good day.
Wir hoffen, Sie haben einen wunderschönen Aufenthalt hier in Vitoria. the capital of the Basque Country. Thank you very much.
Recibamos ahora cordialmente a Clara Mapelli, Secretaria de Estado de Función Pública
Clara Mapelli, Secretary of State of Public Function of the Government of Spain.
España ha reforzado su
Under her leadership, Spain has strengthened its commitment with the open government, fostering transparency, integrity, and dialogue as on the only principles of modern administration. A big round of applause to welcome her.
Egunon, good morning, buenos días, querida comunidad de gobierno abierto.
Dear open governments community,
permitidme en primer lugar agradecer
allow me first and foremost
de Vitoria y a su fantástico equipo su disposición en los preparativos
for her relentless work in preparing this summit. Vitoria, sustainable city, and a role model of environmental policies, and from now on, a role model in democratic strengthening policies. And I would like to extend this acknowledgement to the Basque government, to foral provincial government, to provincial authority, for having shown the collaboration principles among all the authorities.
My deep thanks to the mayor of Vitoria, this green, sustainable city, which is going to be an example for sustainability in democratic policies. I also want to thank the government of the Basque Country, the Diputación Foral, and a delegation of government of Spain who have cooperated throughout this week to prepare the summit. I also want to extend my recognition to the great team of the Open Government Partnership and his director, Aidan Eyakuse, and our co-chair, Dr. Cielo Magno, from the civil society of Philippines. We have crafted a program that is anchored in persons, institutions, and technologies. Because this summit, esta cumbre, se desarrolla en un momento crítico para los valores que defiende la Alianza.
Arrives in a critical moment for the values that the Alliance
defends. The values that upholds the OGP. El actual contexto geopolítico, que además se transforma a una velocidad vertiginosa, está suponiendo una profunda fractura con los consensos orientados a la construcción de un mundo de paz y prosperidad duraderas. Multiple fractures that put at risk consensus that have built a future of peace and shared prosperity. No se trata tan solo de una crisis del multilateralismo.
It's not about a multilateralism crisis, but an important democratic throwback where we are eroding the trust on institutions and we're multiplying challenges to fundamental rights and freedom.
But also we see how civic space is shrinking, how confidence in institutions rapidly erodes, and there are multiple challenges that put at risk rights and fundamental liberties. Frente a este entorno, la comunidad de gobierno abierto ofrece
the open government community offers a constructive answer based on its transparency values, accountability, integrity, and citizen participation. It is the power of this powerful union of civil society, of reformers of our administration, together with the leadership of the Open Government Partnership, what gives a decisive contribution for progress. Because we're giving voice to citizens in the transformation processes. Because we create in a joint way the policies that allow us to have better lives, and because we offer a future of shared prosperity.
Offers effective and constructive answers in a value-based approach to transparency, accountability, integrity, and citizen participation. It is the force of this union between civil society organizations and reformers across all levels of governments, with the decisive leadership of the Open Government Partnership, which builds a better future for all based on giving citizens their voice. Buena prueba de ello es el programa de esta semana, cuya elaboración se ha realizado gracias a las contribuciones.
Example of this has been the program of this week that has been created thanks to the contributions of civil society. During these days, you'll have the chance of participating in 4 plenary sessions, 5 global dialogues, 8 high-level panels, 30 theme topics, and 40 parallel events that will deep dive in the 3 axes of this co-presidency.
A program in which contributions by civil society have been essential. 4 plenary sessions, 5 global dialogues, 8 high-level panels, 30 events on specific themes, 40 side events that are going to allow us delve deep into institutions, people, and technology. Vamos a analizar elementos como la resiliencia y la calidad democrática.
We'll analyze elements as resilience, democratic quality in times of crisis, participation, governance of AI, the local open government as a transformative element of democracy, rights and digital governance, parliaments and open justice, new strategies to fight against corruption, and the application of open government values to climate action.
And quality of government in times of crisis, participatory governments of artificial intelligence, local government as a transformative element for our democracies, open parliaments and open justice, new strategies in the fight against corruption, and open government values in action against climate change. Estamos convencidos de que esta cumbre nos proporcionará energía renovable.
We're sure that this summit will give us renewed energies to write a new chapter in open government history, led by politicians that are deeply committed with their values.
Open government history, thanks to the compromise and political leaderships of the whole community of open government. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a esta 9ª cumbre.
Welcome you all to this 9th Global Summit of Open Government.
Global Summit of Open Government. Thank you very much.
Please remind that in order to be able to listen to interpretation, you need to use your own devices, connected to your headphones, and logged into the interpretation app. Interpretation will be provided remotely. Recuerden que para poder escuchar la interpretación deben usar sus propios conectados a sus auriculares y permanecer dentro de la aplicación para la interpretación. Las instrucciones se le muestran en pantalla.
The instructions are shown on the screen.
Let's continue with the opening. Uno de los objetivos centrales de la alianza es seguir expandiéndose para que los
inclusion, accountability and inclusion principles get to every single corner of
growth and welcome the new countries and local members joining the Open Government Partnership. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Laura Newman, civil society member of the OGP Steering Committee.
Good morning. Since its founding in 2011, the Open Government Partnership has continued to grow as more countries and local governments commit to making their institutions more transparent, accountable, and closer to their citizens. We are proud to welcome the newest members who have joined the partnership since 2023. Each of them brings fresh ambition, energy, and leadership to our shared mission of advancing open government around the world. Please join me in welcoming our newest members of OGP. At the national level, we have Benin. We also welcome the Maldives, Timor-Leste, and Zambia. At the local level, we were excited to welcome 55 new members in Africa and the Middle East, the Americas, Asia and the Pacific, and Europe. Today, OGP is comprised of 75 countries and more than 150 local governments. We look forward to the continued growth of the partnership in the years to come. Thank you very much.
El fortalecimiento del espacio cívico y de la sociedad civil es fundamental para proteger y consolidar los principios democráticos. More than ever, it is essential to support civil society organizations and the champions who drive the work forward. Por esto, queremos destacar la importancia de estos actores.
Because of this, we want to highlight how important these stakeholders are and to acknowledge their contribution to build open governments and accountable governments.
And to share with us the global vision and programs that advance these efforts. Please welcome to the stage Paul Massen, Chief of Global Programs at the Open Government Partnership.
Around this time last year, we lost our dear friend, Helen Darbishire, a tireless advocate for access to information and open government, and a long-standing member of the civil society side of the OGP Steering Committee. Helen has been instrumental in shaping the global movement towards accountability and transparency. I first met Helen in 2012 at the inaugural OGP Summit in Brasilia. She greeted me with her big smile and asked if I was the guy that was going to make sure that this thing would work for civil society. There was quite a bit of skepticism at that moment, still on the civil society side, but she was also the first one to offer her help, and she did so tirelessly for the next decade. Her unwavering commitment to empowering citizens with the right to information has left an indelible mark on governments, civil society, and countless individuals, not just here in Europe through Access Info Europe, but across the globe. To honor her legacy, as OGP, we created the Helen Darbishire Fund for Civil Society. I think it's fair to say that we would not be here today in Vitoria without Helen. She was instrumental in inspiring, nudging, perhaps occasionally even harassing the Spanish government to step up and do more. She was part of making sure that Spain became a leader in this space, especially being key for the access to information law. She held governments to account, for sure, but not without that smile, a willingness to listen and an offer to help. She inspired them to do more and to do better. She inspired me to do more and better. She was passionate, committed, full of life. She also had a great work-life balance. I remember her walking into a steering committee meeting once, late, very late, with wet hair. "I'm so sorry," she said in her beautiful British accent. "I just had to try that beautiful Art Deco swimming pool down the road." That was Helen, dedicated to her mission, but also full of the joy of life. Helen's legacy will continue to inspire all of us who work towards more open governments. She's testament to how much difference one individual can make in this world. So next time when you pass a coffee shop, a really, really good one, go in, ask for the specialty coffee, drink it, look at the sky, and think of Helen. And when you're done, walk out with determination, ambition, and a willingness to listen and help, and with a big smile on your face. The Helen Darbishire Fund for Civil Society was open to applications from organizations of all 75 OGP members. Priority was given to contexts where limited resources threaten the vitality or the continuity of open government reforms, with applicants required to demonstrate solid contribution to national OGP processes, and proposals were assessed based on their relevance, feasibility, stakeholder engagement, and sustainability. Please join me in a round of applause for the first winners of the Helen Darbishire Fund for Civil Society.
Although not all reformers are here with us today, all the global leaders from the OGP community have sent their messages to ensure that they are part of this important moment. A continuación, les invitamos a ver los vídeos con sus saludos, reflexiones para avanzar en la agenda de gobierno abierto.
In order to move on in the open government agenda.
Hace 12 años, como parte del gobierno nacional, lideré la política.
12 years ago, as part of the national government, I led the anti-corruption policy and the access of Colombia into the open government partnership. Since then, I have seen how the principles of openness have passed from the national to the local level, and today it is up to local governments to renew democracy from its roots. That is why we're an open-door government. We facilitate access to public information, and we provide tools so citizens can participate, control, and propose. How do we do it? To build our district development plan, we received more than 147,000 citizen contributions. We identified challenges with 1,304 servers of 45 entities. We went beyond. We co-created the second.
Je crois qu'il y a une hypothèse qui a été faite en 2023. C'est que la démocratie reflète l'état du monde. Parce qu'il fallait construire des relations sur la confiance. Et c'est un petit peu une manière d'améliorer la façon dont on considère la démocratie. C'est une manière de construire la démocratie. Et pour cela, il faut parler en termes de stratégie. Des stratégies qui doivent être construites dans tous les pays. Et la situation que nous avons aujourd'hui au Brésil est que, par exemple, le dernier gouvernement parlait de transparence et maintenant la transparence doit être un principe en soi, un concept en soi. Et donc, il faut construire la démocratie pour établir des relations de confiance. Et donc, il y a quelques années, nous parlions du bien pour les personnes de manière générale, ce qui était bon pour les personnes. Et ce qui est bon pour nous, c'est peut-être un défi, mais c'est aussi quelque chose à quoi notre gouvernement devrait réfléchir. C'est une manière de regarder la société comme un partenaire dans tout ce que nous faisons. Oui, effectivement, pour essayer de travailler ensemble et en partenariat. Il y a 2 semaines, nous avions eu des rencontres, on a parlé avec l'Afrique notamment de la décolonisation, etc. Et on a parlé de différents peuples, etc. Et c'était très intéressant, mais j'aimerais savoir comment cela résonne en vous. Eh bien, bonjour à tout le monde. Oui, je crois que le manque de confiance, c'est quelque chose qui est vraiment important et il faut, c'est vraiment, et qu'il ne faut pas en rester aux promesses que l'on fait aux citoyens. Les personnes sont souvent frustrées par les échecs, par tout ce qui a des impacts sur elles. Mais je crois que il ne faut pas tout laisser reposer sur les épaules des gouvernements. Il faut que les personnes prennent leurs responsabilités collectives en tant que société. Parce que on ne peut pas rejeter la faute sur l'autre. Les personnes doivent prendre la responsabilité des problèmes qu'elles ont et les résoudre. Et en ce sens, si, par exemple, vous prenez l'exemple de votre famille, il y a des questions que vous pensez par rapport à votre famille qui peuvent être reproduites de manière plus générale. Par exemple, l'éducation. L'éducation, ça commence dans votre famille, mais ça peut s'étendre à d'autres sphères. Et donc, il y a vraiment une responsabilité collective de résolution de problèmes. C'est pas seulement qui a créé le problème, c'est surtout qu'en tant que membre de l'humanité, nous devons prendre une responsabilité collective et ne pas rejeter la faute à l'extérieur d'entrée de jeu. Je crois aussi que nous devons reconnaître que la législation est importante sans trop s'attacher aux questions de majorité, de minorité. Et ça, c'est une question parfois controversée. Je crois qu'il faut construire et légiférer pour les peuples, pour les personnes. Quand on fait une législation pour la majorité, il y a une partie seulement du problème qui est résolue, mais il y a une autre partie qui reste là et qui est en minorité, qui va devoir exercer son plaidoyer parce qu'elle a le droit aussi d'avoir résolu ses problèmes et ses besoins, ses besoins satisfaits. Il y a une question ça pose des questions de confiance publique. Et donc, il faut changer d'état d'esprit en ce sens, vraiment, pour aller dans ce sens. Merci, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, c'est très clair ce cadre et c'est vrai que ce n'est pas uniquement qui est déjà impliqué, il faut inclure encore de plus en plus de personnes, avoir une vision transformative du collectif, de l'action collective. Je crois que quand on parle d'espace civique et l'action collective peut être mise en pratique, qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Eh bien, merci beaucoup. Pour revenir un petit peu à ce qui était dit au début, comment les PGO est né. En fait, c'était la volonté de reconnaître que la société est plus forte quand les personnes s'unissent. Et le problème actuellement, c'est que il y a un esprit de primauté qui est là et il y a besoin souvent il y a des campagnes de discrédit qui restreignent des mouvements sociétaires dans différents pays, même dans des démocraties qui sont bien établies depuis longtemps. On voit souvent, il y a des collègues très courageux qui payent parfois un lourd tribut pour pouvoir suivre leur travail. Et donc, quand on regarde les questions de transparence, il y a deux chapitres que l'on peut étudier. Il y a des questions d'exil, par exemple. Vous voyez la situation en Russie, mais il y en a encore d'autres qui doivent continuer à opérer, qui doivent continuer à exercer différentes actions avec tout ce que cela implique en termes de redevabilité. Et, il y a des personnes qui se heurtent à des intimidations, qui sont sujets d'enquête, beaucoup ont été emprisonnés. Et donc, on parlait de restrictions tout à l'heure, et donc c'est une des conséquences. Il est très difficile pour moi de venir ici et de parler de transparence, de redevabilité, de gouvernement ouvert, du fonctionnariat sans demander un dialogue inclusif. avec la participation de l'ensemble de la société civile. Et lorsque l'on se retrouve, qu'on s'unit, on peut avoir de bonnes actions. Et je crois que on a la conviction que les choses sont possibles lorsque l'on se fait entendre, lorsqu'on s'unit et lorsqu'on a l'espace civique qui est mobilisé. Le dialogue se doit d'être inclusif et il doit y avoir certaines valeurs qui doivent être protégées. Et il y a maintenant les inquiétudes par rapport à l'espace civique et les tendances qui sont beaucoup plus, qui comprennent beaucoup mieux la situation réelle. Et dans le même temps, l'influence politique est
coming from this. No, we clearly see that the voices of the majority are not heard, while the interests of the very few are actually dictating how policies are decided, how decisions are made, and the future of all of us.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm now going to turn to you, Thomas. At a time when governments are really struggling with legitimacy, you won a second election with 70%, which people think was a clean election, so the 70% was not rigged. What's your secret? How are you figuring out the legitimacy? How are you getting the confidence of the people? What's your secret?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Are you listening to me? Yeah? Yeah. It's working? First of all, I want to apologize. I prefer to switch in Spanish because it's my own language and I feel more comfortable. A ver, para mí hoy día hablo desde Latinoamérica y desde lo...
For me, I speak from Latin America, from a Latin American perspective, obviously. But I do believe that the democracy in our region is not going through a crisis, but it's kind of threatened. And I do agree, Rakesh, when you say that democracy cannot be only efficient. An efficient management or a transparent management is the best way to defend democracy. In a region that is filled with inequalities, as Chile, for example, is, we need a government that is strong, but is also efficient, is also transparent, and meant to solve the main problems coming from society, because on the contrary, we would have alternatives that are very dangerous for our society. So if this society doesn't find answers in democracy, in terms of being able to be guaranteed that they are safe, that they do have right to a good education, to a good health system, obviously they are going to look for alternatives. We have El Salvador as an example where they have a regime, authoritarian regime that are being able to provide solutions, but with many risks coming with it, and Argentina as well. They have a regime where they are suffering from cuts in every social aspect, for example. So we do know that the risks are there. So we do know that the best experience that the citizens might have is with the local government. So if we are able to understand that democracy is about trust, about purpose, about having a common horizon, but also being efficient, being accountable, being transparent, and delivering for our citizens, we are going to be able to keep our democratic system, and we're going to be able to solve the main needs of our people. So if you ask me about my secret, Maipú is the second biggest city in Chile. We suffered from corruption for years and years, and after 20 years, I am the first mayor to be re-elected. So we do not only have the trust of our people, but we also do have the trust in our measures, in the measures that we established and implemented, which is something that in these times that we're living in is the best way to defend our institution and our democracy. Thank you.
The secret is to work better for people, to make a government that works for people, and then you will rebuild that trust. I want us to now get very concrete in our conversation. Imagine, I'm sure most of us have been in taxis, in Ubers, and we have a conversation with the driver. So imagine you are in a taxi in your country, and even the Prime Minister sometimes might get in a taxi. And the taxi driver says, "What are you doing?" And you say, "I'm going to a meeting on open government." And the taxi driver rolls her eyes or his eyes and says, "Ah, blah, 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 open government." Tell me, how is open government relevant for me? As a taxi driver, this is my second job. I'm trying to make things, work. I have a family to take care of. Life is hard. Give me one argument only why open government is relevant for my life. Who wants to start? Do you want to start, Prime Minister?
It's very difficult to respond directly.
Yes.
But I think open government means that you must, as a government, be transparent. You must have a social contract with your people. And when you have a good environment, a political environment, you create conditions to grow the economy. Economy means employment, means markets, means a lot of things that the taxi drivers need for him, for his family. I think it's a need to have a new social contract. I have some appointment here, and we can create a new social contract based first in the principles of freedom and democracy. It's the base to have this good understanding with your people that demonstrates to citizens the advantage to grow and share prosperity. Because people need something very concrete. And building and maintaining citizen trust in the democratic system requires producing results to the people. And you need no level of poverty, you need employment, and you need reduce the exclusion, that people be inside the system, the political system. And for that, they need something that they can valorize as very positive. To the tax driver, to see your employment, your family depends a lot of things that the government, good government or bad government can do. If the government is bad, your life will be bad.
So the taxi driver says to you, "Thank you, I like that you talked about growth and jobs, but I don't understand, how is good governance help create more growth and more jobs for my younger two sisters who are trying to get jobs? I don't see the connection between open government and jobs. Can you help me understand that?"
Yes, because the economy depends on confidence and trust. If you have confidence between you, the government, and your citizens, and it's easy to develop the economy. And the economy represents growth. It's something that people don't understand directly. But when I talk about employment, I talk about the poverty and exclusion, they understand. And when the government is a good government, you have good governance. When you have a low level of corruption, it's a way to have this confidence with your people. And then they start to understand the role of the government. Because government is important. It's, because they enter in your life with tax, with investment, with health, education, and you need the government, you need state, and you need a good state, a good governance to make confidence with your people.
So that the big taxes I'm paying are properly used, for the benefit of me and my family.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
When you talk about the tax, all the people understand.
Yeah, exactly. Tax and death are two things we understand. Melanie, the taxi driver is using Facebook, TikTok, and saving pictures of the children online on the cloud so he can access it everywhere. How is this agenda relevant for that? I'm very happy with TikTok.
I think all of us, human beings, want to have power, rights, and agency, our voice, right? I mean, it is deeply what is underpinning Luminate's mission around being able to give people the ability to input into the decisions that impact their lives. However, in the world today, with the onslaught of different information that we're getting, for example, you brought up social media, with the issue of our information ecosystem, basically the things that we are reading, consuming, that are being pumped to us through our platforms that we're looking at, that we need to use because it's where you can buy and sell things. For all of these things, these are public utilities now, and also where people increasingly are getting all their information. But we know that the business models behind these platforms is to capture our attention. And what captures attention? But things that are polarizing, that destroy trust in government in some ways, that bring up anti-rights sentiments. And those things are being pumped into my taxi driver's phone right now. With that, I think we can say that we should be very upset that we are being manipulated in this way to be kind of shifted by actors with sometimes malevolent intent away from understanding how the world works. And that impacts how we can make decisions in our lives, how we choose our governments, and many aspects beyond on health and education. So I think it is very relevant, but it has to feel visceral. And I think where it does most is with the issue of children and protecting children online as the world gets increasingly digital and we live so much of our lives online.
Right. So it's really about who is making the rules of the game that governs all this, right? The Prime Minister used to be the Minister for Finance. If he wants to pass a budget, he has to go to Parliament, he has to make the argument, people discuss, and then they approve or they don't approve. But when it comes to social media, to the internet, to AI, there is no Parliament, right? There is no accountability.
And we've put in place people who are very powerful they've put themselves in place as the owners of these companies and the shareholders, that they can't be voted out, unlike our public officials.
So essentially you have an unaccountable small oligarchy making rules that affect the taxi driver and all of us in this room and everybody.
I would say it's a handful of people, mostly men, sitting in Silicon Valley with a certain philosophy of life that may or may not represent what the majority of people want. And I think we should all be able to have a say in all of these decisions of how our societies, our digital worlds and futures, especially with the kind of coming of AI infiltrating every aspect of our life, Right.
Brazil, you can speak about, I know you've tried to regulate and had challenges, but either this or something else you want to speak about in terms of to the taxi driver.
Yeah, my taxi driver in Brazil is a very progressive one and democratic one. So it's I would give a simple example about how transparency is very important for the taxi drivers. I would say to him that in Brazil, during the former government, they established, during the elections, a kind of, how can I say, auxílio taxista. It's a kind of, it's money for taxi drivers. They use the pandemic issue as a way to just give money to taxi drivers in Brazil during the election. Direct money, it's like a scholarship. And after the election, because of our transparency policies and our access to information law, we find out that 75% of this money was given to no taxi drivers, to people that had not the right to have this money, 75%. So I would say to my progressive taxi driver that the majority of this money went to people that has no right to have this money. And so no taxi drivers. And he can know that, he can access to this, he could access this information because of our transparency policy. Without that, without this law, he wouldn't know that the money goes to other people. And I think that's a good example for him.
Yeah. A real concrete example of how transparency can make sure that the money actually ends up benefiting people. Over to you, Steph, to the taxi driver, for a place known to have challenges with money benefiting the people.
So I'm actually a taxi evangelist in real life. I'm very deliberate about evangelizing in taxis because they have to listen. You're the client.
Somebody finally listens to Steph.
So I would maybe say 3 things to my taxi driver in Kenya. 2 would be around getting him to participate, and 1 would be around impact. So the first one I would say about the open government approach is that he would have access to kings. And when I say kings, I don't mean King Charles. I mean people who have the authority, mandate, and capacity to make decisions about how we live. Minister, Prime Minister, local governments, that he has access to bring that to the table. I think being part of the open government community, you take for granted the access that you have to kings. It's not available to the taxi driver. And I think half of the problem of the citizenry is they feel that they're not heard. And the spaces that they have to be heard are maybe minimal or not working as well as they would like. So first I would sell him on the idea of being heard and access. The second thing is that I would sell him on the opportunity to be part of the solution and iterate solutions. So I would want to break the mindset that there is this one fantastic solution just waiting to be delivered from the people, for the people, and let him know that we have to work at this. And when you come to the table of open government, you try it for 2 years, you try it for 4 years, you fix it, you iterate it, and you keep going. So that would be the second thing. And also, as I said before, I'm on a mission to get people to take collective responsibility, so that would be part of that. And then the third one, I would speak to him about open contracting and the success we had in Kenya when one of our local governments saved millions in terms of their road infrastructure because of adopting the open contracting approach, and they were able to minimize wastage and corruption. In Kenya, we tell taxi drivers that the road is your office. So you have to be very careful about your office and, fix your office. And I would let him know how open government is fixing the roads in his office to be able to continue his business.
That's really cool. Can you help me understand a little concretely the taxi driver? How did open contracting save a lot? Just, can you be a little concrete with that?
So this local government was the first, and they actually superseded the national government. Good morning, national government, with regards to their open contracting approach, because they went over and above transparency and proactive disclosure with regards to what the procurement laws say. And what the governor at the time requested us to do with the system that they built is to be able to flag opportunity incidences where contractors applying to do the work were maybe getting too many of the contracts, or too many contracts were going to a certain kind of person, so he would be able to flag potential corruption in that. And the second was to be able to monitor on the ground, use the open contracting approach to monitor what was actually getting done and what was not getting done. And with those systems of being able to flag potential corruption, because procurement is the biggest market in most countries with regards to private sector doing business with government, and road and infrastructure is some of the biggest budgets. So flagging that is how we're saved, and using the open contracting approach to monitor the actualization and completion of these projects or not meant that they were able to go on the ground and make sure what they said is being done is being done.
Very cool. Thank you so much. And I know that people from the Open Contracting Partnership are here as well. Talk with them. The biggest amounts of money that governments spend are often on contracting. If we get that right, we can save billions. Myra, to the taxi driver.
So I think the taxi driver already learned a lot. I'm also from Brazil. I'm less lucky with the progressive taxi drivers. But yeah, I think I would say more in general terms that I think open government helps to better understand the what, the why, and the how what government is doing. So what is government how is government deciding to spend the money, what it is that is going on, and why. And this helps people have more agency and use their agency because the information is there. We also help citizens, active citizens, media, civil society to expose wrongdoing and to try to look for solutions to fix and avoid that those repeat. So it's about, yeah, making sure that the information is there and that this information is used then to have a better government for everyone. And I would also say, if I'm in Brazil, I think it also, going back to your point about laws are discussed in parliament and agreed and so on, I think there is also an issue there with, that is quite relevant for open government, and going back to my point that I made in the beginning around undue influence, because unfortunately that's not necessarily what is happening. No, it's not that an issue is being brought to parliament and there is ample discussion and democratic discussion on how to move forward. Is actually that very narrow interests are determining what should be discussed in parliament and how it should be discussed in parliament. And that's where, again, open government can help in making sure that we understand potential conflicts of interest between those making decisions and those private interests, that we understand who is funding the campaigns of those that are sitting there in parliament and making decisions. So all of this with more transparency can help us understand the rationale for some of the decisions that are there and help us challenge then those decisions.
Thank you so much, Myra. I'm really glad you underlined Parliament, because I think in the original conception of open government as well, we saw Parliament as a really important actor, and yet sometimes we keep focusing on the executive, which matters. But I hope we will have during this conference more chance to hear about how Parliament, as kind of representatives of the people, can play a stronger role. So Thomas, you get to bring us home with this taxi ride.
Yo creo que la pregunta de fondo es si la agenda del
I think that the question would be if the open government agenda is important or not for citizens. If you ask me, if the neighbors in Maipu know that their municipality is participating in the OGP network, I'm sure that not many know about that. In the Maipu's neighbors are visiting our transparency portals? Absolutely not. Is it the agenda important for local governments? Of course it is. I think that in current times, the need of participation, efficient management, and accountability are the pillars of democracy. We should keep in mind that our democracies are built based on our neighbors' taxes. To fund our institutions, our daily chores, are the citizens, in our case of Maipu in Chile. These are citizens that make their living, with the exception of the 5% of population in Chile. The rest lives just with the, I mean, they have no resources for basic things sometimes. So in that economic reality, people are forced to pay taxes to make a state work. If that state spends its resources without asking, okay, if they do not spend them in an efficient way, and if they are not they are not held accountable in front of citizens to tell them how these resources are being spent, it's natural that people don't want to pay more taxes, and they do not trust about how these resources are being spent. And the reality of our states in our region is that these states don't have resources, and they need to have more to guarantee more rights, but in a context where nobody wants to pay more. The rich ones, the poor ones, the middle class, nobody wants to pay more. And in that case, the open government agenda has been the possibility to set a trust relationship with citizens. I think that today the politics has three big challenges in the world. First of all, to rebuild trust. People do not trust their institutions and democratic systems. Second, we have to improve people's lives. That's the main goal that politics have. And third would be to build a model of society that we aspire to. You were saying that at the beginning. The state can't be an Amazon. It just can't be an efficient lender. It has to reorganize society according to some principles and values that we consider as adequate for our in order to live together. And I think that the open government agenda allows us to make democracies legitimate, to rebuild trust, and to refocus everything according to the political will. In Chile, we have 3 municipalities that are participating in OGP, and these 3 municipalities have the highest number of votes, not because people knew that we were participating there, but maybe because we based our management on shared principles with the OGP that makes these democracies build majorities and to work better in a more efficient way.
That may be a really very good definition of open government that I've seen. How do you rebuild trust, number one? How do you improve the quality of life of people? 2, and number 3, how do we come together and make decisions together? I think if you get those 3 things right, it's probably the best definition we know of open government. I want to now go to the best examples you know in local government or national government of what you have been involved with that helps rebuild trust, that helps rebuild legitimacy between people and their governments. Prime Minister, you have had a lot of experience even before you are Prime Minister working on these things. What are the best examples that you have from your own experience of work you have done that has helped rebuild that trust between people and their government?
Thank you. Before being Prime Minister, I was mayor.
You are mayor?
Mayor of the capital of Cabo Verde for 7 years and a half. And when you are a mayor, you must be, you have to have the proximity, because it's directly with the people. You need to resolve problems, and resolve problems is to make confidence and trust with your citizens, your people. It's a lot of pressure. It's more pressure, direct pressure than the Prime Minister, because I have ministers. When you are mayor, it's you and the people. And when you work on street, or headquarters, your neighborhoods, you need to have this direct contact. And you need to respond to things that happens in your city, your neighborhood, and you need to respond directly, not like a prime minister. Yeah, to respond in terms of results. This experience is very important. When you go to another level of power as a government or prime minister or minister, I think the school of the local power, decentralization of power is the best school, because you can understand directly the problem of your people, and you must be more and more transparent, because the resource it's less than the government resource, and to manage not too much resource, and to have a very good manager to do the solution with not big financial resource. And this experience directly, I think it's the things that we appreciate a lot.
When you are mayor, what do you think is the best thing you did for the people when you are mayor?
I resolved a lot of problems, sanitation, and create sports infrastructure for the young people, create condition to the families to reduce their poverty with direct response, I think that a lot of things that we can do as a mayor that touch directly the people. I think that this result have a very high value for me. I think all the mayors that have this work to do things that other level of power can't do.
Right. I think there's a real deep insight here in what you just said, Prime Minister, that really, he didn't talk about we did more governance, we strengthened democracy. He said we solved problems, sanitation, people having family problems and doing that, right? It's very, very concrete things that you improve in people's lives. So open government does not have to be jargon. It can be very concrete improvements in people's lives. So now as Prime Minister, where you are maybe 2 levels removed from people, how do you try to make your cabinet, your ministers, remember this, that it is about people?
It's not easy. But we need to do it. And when you are a small country, as Cabo Verde, this pressure is higher to be directly in contact with your people. When you go to the election, we work street by street to talk to the people, to have their vote to you. And when you are in power, sometimes you forget this direct relationship. Proximity, it's very important. And every day, you must remember that you have people that put their confidence in you. The vote, it's a question of confidence. When the system is transparent, when you have democracy, electoral system, it's a question of confidence. And you must maintain this confidence. And this confidence, it's not just to do things concrete, but proximity with your people, proximity with your citizens. When they are in trouble, when you have problems, you must have this direct communication. That's what we do. It's not easy, but because we have a lot of things to do. Together is very sometimes very tough, but we need to remember every day that we have this commitment with your people.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for that. I love this word, confidence. I think it's an important one. How are our actions increasing people's confidence in the government, in the system, in the institutions? We don't need to go in order now. I want to see just this question of what is the best thing you have been involved with? Maybe you did it, or maybe you are part of it, that you think really helped increase people's confidence in government and trust in government. Who wants to share a very concrete story? Anyone can go.
I think I have many stories, but I think a huge challenge when we are talking about building trust is dealing with fighting corruption. Because if you do anything about fighting corruption, people can have a kind of feeling that there is no corruption. When we start to fight corruption and find, let's say, big scandals, the first reaction is it's a lack of trust. Because when people start to see how money, to where money can go, they say, okay, the state, the government doesn't represent us. And I think this is a huge challenge. And recently in Brazil, after many years of problems related to our national security system, we found a big problem. We investigated with the federal policy and with the help of the access to information law as well. And we started this huge investigation, and that helped many people, because it was a money that was extracted for our retirement people, and the government right now is giving the money back to the people. Just after 90 days after the scandal arose. It's a very important thing, because normally the money just flow away, and we give the money back to the people. I think that's the most important thing that I help to do.
That's a great story. Thank you so much. I think a big hand also for... When an investigation is just about pointing out the problems and locking up the bad guys, yeah, maybe you get some catharsis, but when an investigation actually liberates public money and goes to people, then I think we begin to believe in that. Let's hear just one more, if somebody has a story of the best example they've been involved with.
I think maybe just to pick up from what the minister said with regards to it's not always the baddies. When I started off in this life of committed change making, I really used to be, we are the world, we are the children. And I just really thought it was very romantic. And as long as you want to do good, all the doors will open for your goodness. And I learned very quickly that you have to be gentle as a dove and shrewd as a snake. And when I say shrewd as a snake, I don't mean you need to be dodgy, but you need to be very strategic about change making. And when we come into the context of rebuilding trust, I think one of the greatest things that I enjoy and I've had the privilege to do is to shift mindsets out of we are the world into, yes, our collective responsibility for what we've built, but also it's not always about the baddies. We do need to be honest with communities about the interests, the politics, and what it will take to change that. Building relationships with government reformers over time gives you a bigger understanding of where problems really are when it's not really about the baddies. And the baddies exist, but sometimes they're just legitimate problems along the way. And being a trusted partner and learning how to then package that in a way that can be understood by communities that's not coming from a blame perspective or putting this, but taking the lived realities of those in charge of and have the mandate and capacity and translating them to the people so that they understand it's not as simple all the time as just get up and do a good thing, is really important, I have found, and had the opportunity, whether it's through a lot of my work has been based on enabling legal frameworks, whether in public interest litigation or just enabling laws as well. And so it's helping people understand you cannot move to point A to point Z in one day. And that's a lot of the frustration when you come into the space and for citizens. Why can't we just do this? So how can we be more strategic as people and organized people, as they would like to call civil society, with regards to moving us from point A to point B, B to C, and not tiring of that marathon and the long-term investment, and then passing that on to people to continue the work. I think shifting mindsets into that, I have really enjoyed and had the privilege of being part of walking with communities that journey.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Steph. You know, I think the art of governing is to have very ambitious aspirations. We want to create a much better world, but then also managing expectations and showing the pathway to get there, that it can't be just, you know, happen tomorrow, right? So you don't temper your ambition, but you also are realistic that it'll take time. And I think that's one of the challenges that many progressive governments have today, right? Of how do you get that balance right? I want to shift now to a different topic. The Open Government Partnership is a multilateral partnership. It involves many countries. And it's about the idea that we come together as different countries, as different municipalities, as citizens and government, as civil society organizations and many other institutions, coming together to work together to create a better world. But at the same time, we just discussed that actually what really matters is local government, where people are proximate, where everyday problems in municipalities. So I'm trying to connect. What is the connection between life on the ground, life in municipalities, in villages and cities, and how is the multilateral partnership and multilateral cooperation useful for that? What is the value, right? There's a lot of jokes you can make, a lot of jokes that are made about the UN, a lot of blah, blah, talk that never translates into action, and yet I think we are all in this room because we believe in the value of multilateralism. So who wants to take that on? How would you say is the value of multilateralism for improving life concretely on the ground? Who wants to address that? Melanie,
can I offer just, there are some problems that clearly have on the ground implications, but they are global problems the way we see climate, for example. I think the issue of how we navigate the new terrain that technological evolution, as an example, is going to reckon society, because it is there's both opportunities. I mean, and certainly I started from a position of being a tech optimist, really believing in civic tech and on all of those things. And that had a very local feeling, you know, how do you improve kind of an experience of people in their day-to-day lives? But there are some big shifts, especially because of this global system that is our kind of technological dependencies. That feels like a whole world conversation, and there should be and there need to be more voices than the ones in the room that are making the decisions about how all of that rolls out in society. And I think there's a real role for different voices, especially from the global South governments. I'm really excited about Brazil's vision and Nigeria's vision, for example, of places that we work to kind of propose alternatives that could work for these kinds of countries as well.
Thank you. So there are things. Yes, a hand for Melanie, please. Yeah. Thomas, you want to add there?
Sí, un poco para contestar la anterior y esta en conjunto. Lo primero, yo creo, la mejor forma de reconstruir confianzas con la ciudadanía.
First of all, the best way to build trust together with our citizenship is a very basic idea. It's to actually deliver what we promised. And sadly, we are living in a world where elections forces you and puts you in a position where you have to deliver as fast as possible and offer promises that might be unmanageable after all. And that only damages your image, not only your image, but also the whole democratic system's image, because you were not able to deliver. And so, first of all, I would say that you have to be very reasonable, and you have to understand the importance of actually delivering what you promised. Not because of your own prestige,
Y con respecto a la importancia de las agendas multilaterales, yo creo que son fundamentales. A ver, la experiencia democrática de una persona a veces tiende a ser muy y así lo vivimos desde los gobiernos municipales. Las personas evalúan su democracia, sus instituciones, su experiencia de Estado, en cómo la atienden en su hospital, en su consultorio de salud, en la educación, en su barrio, en cómo lo tratan o atienden cuando van a una oficina municipal. Esa es la principal experiencia democrática de la persona. Y allí evalúa el Estado. Pero también que la defensa de la democracia, por lo importante que es un fenómeno. Y entender que cuando hay una experiencia fallida de democracia en algún país de la región o del mundo, directamente también afecta a la estabilidad democrática de tu país. Por ejemplo, en América tenemos el caso de Venezuela. Venezuela, con su experiencia fallida de democracia, le ha hecho un daño muy grande a la idea de democracia en la región.
damaged democracy in the whole region.
Y para eso es necesario que esa
Progress
defensa la
in the whole
entendamos
region.
como un trabajo de conjunto
For
entre
that reason, we have to understand that the defense
y no como una
democracy
lucha
is
aislada del
something
pueblo
that we have to
venezolano,
do as
porque la solución de ese conflicto seguramente también
joint
requiere
force
de un
and not
multilateralismo que es fuerte.
as countries in particular, because we do
Eso no puede
require
ser un
a
problema
joint.
aislado de Palestina.
What we are
Es
living
un problema
in
global
Palestine.
frente al cual todos tenemos
It's
que
not an isolated problem. It's something
enfrentar esos
that
desafíos.
we all
Es muy
should be
importante
worrying
que cada
about.
gobierno local no
In order
solamente se
to
aboque a su
face these
propia tarea,
challenges,
sino que entienda que
tackle
vive en
these
un
challenges,
contexto
we
global
do
que
not
requiere de
have to focus on
de
our
coordinación,
region in
de
particular.
trabajo en
We have to
conjunto,
coordinate
de una
and
agenda
collaborate with
multilateral fuerte.
every
Y yo creo que en
other
tiempos donde lamentablemente
country
las
that,
relaciones entre estados están cada vez más inestables,
shows the willingness to
el
cooperate.
multilateralismo entre ciudades del mundo es
When
muy fuerte.
states are
Para la idea de transparencia,
in
de cambio
a
climático, de defensa de
stronger
derechos
position,
el
also
rol que
the
podemos cumplir las
feeling
ciudades en
that we can get
fortalecer
from
agendas
society
globales, me
is
parece
that
que es fundamental. Y por lo
democracy is
mismo
stronger
desde
as well.
Maipú,
So
que puede
it's
ser una
just
ciudad
fundamental
de
and
Chile, de un país
critical
muy aislado,
for us. In Maipú, in Chile, for example, we do have this idea. We did understand that our work doesn't end when we are efficient enough. We just have to
más global, porque hoy día la
also
democracia está en riesgo no solamente en Chile, sino que me parece que en
be
todo.
committed with democracy in general, in everywhere.
So many powerful ideas there. The two that I take away is, no country is an island. Even the island countries are not an island in terms of the ideas, right? So what happens in Venezuela, what happens in the United States, what happens anywhere has implications for how we feel. And then the other very simple point you made, which the Prime Minister had also made, that how people experience government matters. Whether people care about democracy or not is going to depend a lot on what is their experience, their everyday experience of government.
Yeah.
Myra, you want to come in?
Yeah, no, just also to touch on the two last questions. On the trust question, and I definitely agree, and then we have powerful examples exactly when people are experiencing the exercise of democracy. So we have a lot of good examples on participatory budgeting, integrity pacts in public procurement, all of this that has this direct relationship with citizens, which certainly has a role to play when it comes to increased trust. But there is another element of that I think goes in the direction of what Minister Vinicius was talking about, which is a little bit more long-term, ensuring the functioning of institutions and that the system in general works. And again, here, we at Transparency International have really powerful examples of how you can try to make sure that that's working. Now, one of the things we have been doing is representing victims of corruption in front of the court and trying to identify, confiscate, and return assets to those victims. And I think when you were able to do this, I guess it contributes to trust that the system is working, trust that there is accountability and that people can be held to account. It certainly also contributes to perception that corruption is higher. So I get the issue there, but I think that's really important. And that goes along, I think, with the idea of why multilateralism also matters. In particular, when we look at corruption, what we see that more and more we are talking about a transnational element in corruption, no? Being it because foreign companies are the one coming to your cities, to your country, and bribing officials to get their way, or being that assets stolen from the countries are sent abroad and hidden abroad, usually in powerful economies across the globe. So I think if we want to advance, we need action to be taken in other countries as well. It's not going to be sufficient to do alone. So there needs to be an understanding and a minimum, a common denominator across countries, and that's why multilateralism continues to be really important.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Myra. We are coming to a close and we have time for one final question. As you can see, a big theme across our entire session has been trust. And maybe the most important thing, if we want to build trust, is to listen. I've learned that sometimes painfully from my wife, that if I just listened better to her, we would have, life would be much better. I've learned that from my children. I've learned that in the workplace, and maybe all of us could do better by listening more. So I'm going to ask to do something unusual. I'm just going to ask you, everybody on the panel, but also everybody on the audience and listening to this, to just take a minute quietly on your own first. Don't speak yet. Around what in the next year, what is the thing you want to listen to and understand better? Who do you want to listen to, or what do you want to learn more about through listening? One thing that you want to listen more deeply and understand more better in the coming year so that we can build trust in our society. That's the question. Let's just take about 45 more seconds to think about it, everybody, and then I'll come to the panel and I'll give you 30 seconds each to share that. But first, just quiet for a few seconds as we think.
That's easy. My daughters.
Just think 30 seconds quietly and then I'll come to you. You'll start us off. Okay, Minister Vinicius.
As I said, my daughters.
You're going to listen to them?
Yeah.
What do you hope to understand by doing that?
No, I think as a metaphor for everything, if you listen the people that are around you, that it's worry about you, I think it's the first step, and it's very important because, and maybe if they are younger than you, they can help you a lot and can educate you at some point about the world, about the landscape that we are living now, that we sometimes took it for granted.
Thank you. That's very powerful. 30 seconds, Prime Minister, what would you say?
So, thank you. I think some lessons are listing. Very important question, how to have and to make peace in this troubled world. And we need to listen to USA and China, the superpowers in the world. And they have to create the solution. We haven't solution now. And the second is the climate change. It's not possible to deny climate change. It's real, it's concrete. It changes life. It's a question of the compromise to the next generation, this and next generation. Who are going to do it? To talk about these two superpowers again. USA and China. How to create the best condition for all this, the humanity and the next generation to continue to live in this world, in this planet.
Thank you. You show how hard this is in terms of these core challenges and how we need to listen. Yet we cannot do it without big places like the US and China. Thank you, and climate. Melanie?
There's something about the world that increasingly feels to me like our brains and our bodies are dislocated from each other as we are more in cyberspace. And so I think there is something about listening to the human body and coming into your center and what, thinking about our humanness and humanity. In a polarized world, you can only hear the anger and the outside, but what is the feeling and emotion that sits in one's body about that, and maybe that brings understanding about, how other people feel and think, which feels like a really important thing to building trust.
Thank you so much. One of my mentors, her name is Taka Awori, she's from Ghana, says, as the world gets more and more crazy, we have to do more inner work to be able to deal with that. Steph?
Thank you, Rakesh. As I think about rebuilding trust, I realize just now that we're talking it is actually in the mainstream. So in the main world system, if I can put it that way. So I would love to learn and listen to people outside of the mainstream and how they are making the communities work. For some reason this year I've had a very strange fascination with the Amish community. And though I don't agree with everything that they do, I am fascinated with how they have preserved a way of trade, markets, produce, values, and they trust their system. And a lot of these kind of external communities, they have many other issues, but they don't have trust issues. They trust their representatives, they trust their way of life, they trust the identity that they have. And so I would like to hear and listen and understand what is it that gives them that trust when oftentimes they have so little that doesn't translate into the mainstream where there is so much. So that's who I would like to listen to in the next year.
Thank you. That's really beautiful. Thank you so much. We have 30 seconds left for each. Myra, what do you want to listen and learn?
Very quickly, I think I want to listen more from people who are on the streets in many, many countries and trying to understand how more traditional civil society organizations can also work together and try to channel the power that is there into some more long-lasting change.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Uno como político tiene que escuchar siempre a la ciudadanía, pero yo creo que es importante
Well, as a politician, I would always say that we have to listen to society, but we have to listen specifically to those who are isolated from society.
Yo tengo como
So we do
deber
have to
este año también
understand
escuchar
better what
más
are their needs, and
funcionarios
of
públicos.
course I
Yo
would
creo que
like
es
to
fundamental
listen
en sociedades
better and more
tan
to
desiguales como la
our
nuestra que tengamos
officers,
un mejor Estado. Y parte importante
public officers,
de ello
because we
es poder entender la
count
visión
on them for
de los
also
funcionarios que son
making
quienes lo
our
gestionan y operan.
government better. They are the ones who are managing our
dedicamos a la
everyday
función
lives.
pública de
So I
gente
do believe that we do
para eso
have the duty to listen to them as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for listening to this amazing panel. A big hand again for each and every one here.
I'll get out here.
Here are some inspiring words from Emily O'Reilly, former Ombudsman of the European Union and OGP Ambassador.
Good morning to everyone gathered this week to celebrate OGP and to plan for the years ahead in a world increasingly riven by the erosion of democratic norms that we once thought were eternal and by geopolitical tensions that few countries will manage to escape. It is therefore both a privilege and a great challenge to have been invited to become an OGP ambassador. For the last 20 years, as an ombudsman both in Ireland and in the EU, I have sought to exercise soft power, the kind of power that enables positive change, but only when those with hard power, that is, governments, acknowledge the essential role of soft power in a democracy. It is that delicate filigree that underpins its strength and its stability. OGP is, in a sense, a type of laboratory experiment for a collaborative engagement between the people, as represented by civil society, and those that make decisions about how those people live. At best, such synthesis can achieve remarkable results, as you know, but when it fails, government power may become even more centralised and with harmful effects on lives and on fundamental human values. When thinking about all of this, the Greek myth of Pandora's box crept into my head. And if there is one thing that all of us need to cling to in these times, it is indeed hope. But hope alone is not much use without action. And it is precisely OGP's ability to match concrete action with hope. That is its great gift. That is its magic power. There are many brave civil society actors gathered at this summit this week. But more than ever, we need governments. We need those with hard power to be the really brave ones. It can be easy to tell governments what they should do, but what is also needed, whether we like it or not, is to find ways to make it more palatable politically for those governments or for individuals within those governments to act to enable the potential of the OGP to be realised on behalf of their people. When this organisation was created, the political environment was very, very different. The concept of open government, let's face it, was fashionable, and many governments felt that they could embrace it without fear of backlash. The challenge now is to restore that confidence, to show our leaders how legacies can be made by embracing hope, by rejecting nihilism, by resisting above all the corrosive influence of bad actors. So thank you for your confidence in me. I look forward to working alongside Aidan and his team, alongside all of you, to advance the values and mission of open government in the years ahead. And I wish you a wonderful and hopeful week.
To ensure that you enjoy the plenary session, we would like to remind you that in order to be able to listen to interpretation, you need to use your own devices, connected to your headphones and logged into the interpretation app. Interpretation will be provided remotely. Para asegurar que disfrutáis de la sesión, nos gustaría recordaros que para poder escuchar la interpretación debéis usar vuestros propios dispositivos, conectados a sus auriculares y permanecer dentro de la aplicación para la interpretación. La interpretación se hará de manera telemática. La Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto también reconoce los logros más destacados en materia de gobierno abierto. It is a platform that encourages change, innovation, and also celebrates the outstanding reforms and achievements that advance transparency, participation, and accountability. Es momento ahora de presentar las iniciativas y reformas seleccionadas del Open Government Challenge. Acompañadme en dar un fuerte aplauso a Zukis Bakota, voz de la sociedad civil en el comité directivo de OGP.
Civil society member for OGP Steering Committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. The OpenGov Challenge was launched during the last OGP Summit in Tallinn to inspire ambitious reforms in 10 key areas. More than 160 commitments have already been submitted, each showing leadership and collaboration between governments and civil society. It's my privilege to share with you the winners of the first edition of the OpenGov Challenge Awards. This year, we're honouring awardees in 3 categories: regional awards, thematic awards, and honorary mentions. So let's begin with the regional awards. The winners are, in Africa and the Middle East, we have Nigeria. In the Americas, we have Brazil. In Asia and the Pacific, we have the Philippines. I'm not hearing you. Okay, let's do this again. In Europe, we have the United Kingdom and Ukraine. For the regional awards at the local level, the winners are, in Africa and the Middle East, we have Tangier, Morocco. In the Americas, we have Nuevo León, Mexico. In Asia and the Pacific, we have Quezon City in the Philippines. Are you hungry? Let's hear some more energy. In Europe, we have Zagreb, Croatia. Importantly, we also recognize the thematic winners. In access to information, we have Nandi, Kenya. In civic space, we have Quezon City, the Philippines. In digital governance, we have Nigeria. In gender and inclusion, we have Metsamo, Armenia. In public participation, we have Brazil. In open procurement, we have the Philippines. In climate and the environment, we have the Philippines. In fiscal openness, we have Zagreb, Croatia. We also feel it important to acknowledge the honourable mentions. These are commitments that have stood out in their innovation and creativity. These are commitments that also have the potential to inspire reformers everywhere. So, first up, we have Bogota, Colombia. We have Cali, Colombia. We have Mendoza, Argentina. We have the Philippines. We have Brazil. We have Cordoba Province, Argentina. We have Nuevo León State, Mexico. We have Uasin Gishu County, Kenya. Congratulations to all of our winners today. We want to invite you and give you the opportunity to join the official awards ceremony to meet the winners on stage this Thursday afternoon. So please make sure to join us when we officially congratulate and welcome everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Seguimos presentando a más líderes comprometidos con el gobierno abierto, que quieren compartir con nosotras y nosotros.
Now let's have more leaders that will
are a vital part of
join us for sharing so
more transparent, participatory, and
our
resilient public
conversation.
administration.
Dear friends and co-travelers on this road towards open government, let me start with a heartfelt thanks from Tirana to the government of Spain and to a very special friend, Pedro Sanchez, for hosting this summit, where unfortunately I cannot attend, but I hope that through these words I can give a modest contribution. And also, thank you to the OGP family for 14 years of tireless thinking global and acting local work, an agenda that has helped governments like ours strip away the old stigma of politics and begin to rebuild trust in institutions. We couldn't be prouder to have signed up from day one. And last November, we hosted the first ever Western Balkans OGP Summit. Our historically divided region around one table, not to talk about borders, but about transparency and trust. For us, that was not protocol, it was politics. Because in our part of the world, anchored in our renewed European horizon, opening up is not political theater, it is the bravest politics of all. Our own journey so far has taught us one other truth, that reforms are never painless and they require real spine. Our historical justice reform, launched in 2016, remains the cornerstone of our renewed system of checks and balances. On the other hand, anti-corruption and integrity are not projects with an end date. They are a daily exercise in government, humility, and public service. Of course, we are not perfect, far from that. We make mistakes, yes, we do. But we prefer to face them in daylight, not in the shadows. Daylight is the best disinfectant. That is the spirit of open government. Albania is ready to be the leading example for open government reforms that embrace innovation and shake the dust from our bureaucratic ways of governing. A small country, yes, very small. But small size is no excuse for small ambition. When we dare, we can move quicker than the giants. Thanks also to the new era of technology and artificial intelligence. So I invite you all to see Albania not as a small country on Europe's edges, but as your go-to courageous pathfinder for innovation in open government. This is our contribution, but the real challenge is global, and the future of democracy remains our shared responsibility. That is exactly the spirit in which I am certain will turn a little courage and a little madness into method, and use this summit to shape a bolder global agenda for open government. An agenda ready for the crisis of our era and ambitious enough to carry us through 2030 and beyond. Thank you, and very best of luck to us all.
Dear friends, it is an honor for me to address the 2025 Open Government Partnership Global Summit. My country, Norway, is proud to stand with nations and civil society committed to transparency, inclusion, and accountability. This partnership matters in our times more than ever. Norway was in fact among the founders of the Open Government Partnership. This year we take on renewed responsibility as a member of the OGP Steering Committee. Our shared task is clear: to protect democratic values and ensure governments remain open, responsive, and accountable. And the key to this, trust. Trust is the foundation of democracy. But trust cannot be taken for granted, it must be earned every day. Practicing openness is how we can earn it. When people can see, question, and contribute, decisions improve, and thereby trust grows. Through 5 action plans developed with civil society, Norway has turned ideals into practice, from greater transparency in public procurement to stronger digital inclusion. We meet at this time in unsettled times: war and insecurity around us, economic strain, climate disruption, and the speed of disinformation and new technologies. When democracy is under pressure, we must stand up and defend it. That is why Norway, together with a group of countries, is tabling a resolution at the Conference of State Parties to the UN Convention against corruption to strengthen global transparency in political financing. Because the point is this: we must uphold human rights and the rule of law. We must protect civic space, defend facts, and we must keep institutions open to scrutiny. So, dear friends, let us renew our commitment to openness, to dialogue, and to trust. All solutions may work, but they also need to be challenged, and we need to innovate and go forward. I hope this summit will contribute to this, and I wish you successful work and an inspiring summit.
Hello everyone, I'm sorry I can't be with you at the Global Summit, and let me thank our colleagues from Spain both for hosting and for all the work that they've done as co-chair. I wanted to add my voice to this event because the UK government has long been committed to the OGP's principles: openness, accountability, inclusivity. Values which are central to tackling the challenges we face today, like climate change, conflict and security, corruption and illicit finance, harassment of the independent media, but also to seizing the opportunities ahead of us in our economies, in emerging technologies, and in democratic renewal. I'm pleased to say that the UK has bid to co-chair the OGP with a vision to strengthen partnerships and forge alliances with governments and civil society alike, to develop an ambitious agenda that will raise standards of open government across the globe and to improve outcomes for people wherever they are in the world. We bring a record of delivery, a founding member of OGP in 2011, co-chair in 2012 to 13, host of the Global Summit in 2013. We have developed 6 national action plans for open government, and the OGP's principles are embodied across the United Kingdom, in the governments of Northern Ireland, of Scotland, of Wales, and in local government, from Glasgow City Council to Greater Manchester Combined Authority, demonstrating that transparency and accountability can thrive at every level. And we've launched a civil society covenant, a new chapter in how government and civil society work together, and an enduring commitment to partner with each other. Successive UK governments have played their part globally, with input to the OGP Steering Committee since 2021, supporting the shaping of its strategy for the years ahead. His Majesty's government has invested more than 16 million to development assistance since 2012, and more recently, 3.5 million to support digital governance reforms, with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy delivering programmes in Indonesia, Thailand, the Maldives and Sri Lanka. At the UN General Assembly just a couple of weeks ago, I announced our plans to host an international summit on illicit finance. The OGP will be a vital network of allies, pushing back against ill-gotten gains and protecting the integrity of our institutions. In this new era of AI, there is promise. Tools that can boost efficiency, growth and inclusion, but there is peril too. Weaponized disinformation, attempts to target electoral processes and accountability. The OGP is where we will share what works, set standards and protect our democracies for all these reasons. The OGP has a vital role in shaping the future, advancing accountability, effective and inclusive government in every part of the world. The UK will continue to play its full part, working with all OGP members in the spirit of partnership and of solidarity. Thank you for listening, and I hope the Global Summit is a lightning rod for the Open Government Partnership's vital work.
Please, we beg you to remain seated. We will resume the plenary in no time. Por favor, os rogamos que permanezcáis sentados en vuestros asientos. Continuaremos en breve.
We will resume the plenary in a short time.
Amigos y amigas del Gobierno Abierto, nos gustaría dar ahora la más cordial bienvenida a nuestras autoridades, representantes de los gobiernos y la sociedad civil.
Representatives and civil society representatives.
Also, to honor the traditions of the Basque country, we open with the Aurresku, a ceremonial dance whose significance will now be explained to you.
Arratsaldeon denoi. Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Good morning, everyone. Gure kulturei eta tradizioei jarraituta, ohorezko aurresku bat eskaini nahi dizuegu. Les queremos ofrecer un aurresku de honor. Aquí lo danzamos a modo de reverencia o bienvenida, pero sobre todo para ofrecer respeto. We would like to show you the most important dance we have here in the Basque country. It's a dance to share honor and show respect. Para que este respeto sea mutuo, les queremos invitar a que se pongan en pie para recibir esta danza. We would like to invite you standing up to receive this dance so that respect would be mutual. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Eskerrik asko.
Ahora escuchemos a María Ressa, Premio Nobel de la Paz y CEO de Rappler, una voz imprescindible en la defensa de la verdad y la democracia.
Government partnership was really something that was created at a time when technology enabled crowdsourcing at scale, right? Meaning you can actually engage with your citizens and help them help you be able to make policy decisions and run ideas by them. It's actually, in many ways, an idea of how to really run a democratic government. Because if we do not fix the corruption of our information ecosystem, we are at an existential moment for democracy. And the democracies who are doing this, number one, make themselves more vulnerable to attacks, lies, spread 6 times faster than facts. That alone has turned the world upside down, right? Because if lies spread faster, the incentive structure rewards the liar. You don't have facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these three, we have no shared reality. You cannot have democracy, let alone solve existential problems like climate change. The time to act is now. The Open Government Partnership has a unique possibility because of the networks it has already put in place. This is a network that has trust. Civil society can't use tools of the past to deal with the new attacks of the present. We have to redefine what civic engagement looks like in the age of exponential lies, and on generative AI in the age of exponential lies. We need to step up, stop being users and become citizens, because the window to act to preserve democracy is closing. Open Government Partnership has networks of trust, has workflows that have worked. This is a time to use it to protect democracy.
Let us warmly welcome Cielo Magno, Civil Society Co-Chair of the Steering Committee of OGP. In close collaboration with Spain, Cielo has been a driving force behind the OGP, helping to shape a bold vision that anchors this summit. Con un programa que encarna el espíritu de colaboración y transformación, construido las personas, las instituciones y la tecnología y los datos abiertos.
Friends, partners, fellow defenders of democracy, we meet at a time when the ground beneath our democracies is shaking. Around the world, we see the rise of authoritarianism, the corrosion of truth, and the weaponization of technology against citizens. Multilateralism is under siege. Civic space is shrinking. People are losing faith that government can still serve them and not just serve itself. In this moment, neutrality is not leadership. We must be political, pragmatic, and relentlessly principled. Open government was never meant to be safe or neutral. It has always been political because it is about power. Who has it, how it is used, and whether it is accountable. When we reduced it to a technical checklist, we strip it of its essence. Open government is not a management tool. It is a moral stance. It is a commitment to transparency over secrecy, participation over exclusion, truth over propaganda. The fight for open government is the fight for the survival of democracy itself. Today, we face powerful forces determined to silence that fight. Technology platforms amplify lies faster than truth. The marriage between corporate wealth and political ambition is corroding our democracies from within. Left unchallenged, disinformation and manipulation will destroy public trust, the very foundation of democratic life. We cannot treat disinformation as a policy debate or a digital literacy issue. This is a fight for power and for who gets to define reality. We must confront unregulated platforms, opaque algorithms, and corporate influence with the same urgency that past generations brought to the fight for suffrage or civil rights. And if we truly believe in principles, then we must apply them to everyone, including our friends, including the powerful. We cannot resort to silence when governments betray the values of open governance, because silence is not diplomacy. It is complicity. We are tested by what we choose to say about Gaza. We are tested by the United States' retreat from openness. We are tested by the war in Ukraine, the democratic backsliding in Georgia, the massive corruption issues in countries like the Philippines, and countless other crises around the world. If OGP is to mean anything, it must hold all members to the same standard. We cannot build an alliance for openness by excusing hypocrisy. Speaking out, even when uncomfortable, is not optional. Everything cannot be vanilla. It is the very essence of why we exist as a movement. And let us speak clearly. Civil society is under attack. In every region, organizations are being shut down, defunded, and discredited. Activists are being surveilled, harassed, detained, even killed. Years of collective struggle are being rolled back in weeks. But let me be equally clear. There is no open government without civil society. We are not just stakeholders. We are co-creators, watchdogs, the moral backbone of this movement. So we cannot let ourselves be divided into us or them. Governments and civil society are not adversaries. We are partners in accountability. Civil society brings creativity, innovation, and legitimacy. But we also bring truth. And sometimes truth is uncomfortable. And that is why exactly we are here. Let us stop pretending that comfort equals progress. Every time we stay silent in the face of abuse, corruption, or repression, we send a dangerous message that openness is negotiable and that democracy is optional. It is not. So I say this to all of us, especially those of us from civil society. Now is not the time to retreat. Now is the time to reclaim open government as the political, moral, global movement it was always meant to be. We must demand accountability from those who govern and from institutions that claim to stand for democracy. We must refuse to normalize secrecy, repression, and double standards. And we must remind every leader, openness is not a favor granted by governments to their citizens. It is a right that citizens claim and fight for every day. We will continue to speak truth to power. We will continue to protect those who dare to dissent. We will continue to fight for transparency, participation, and justice, not as slogans, but as the lifeblood of democracy itself. Because defending open government is not a policy agenda. Open government is an act of resistance, and it is a movement that we are not about to abandon. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
España ha institucionalizado el foro multiactor como espacio clave para la participación civil en sus políticas de gobierno abierto. El foro de gobierno abierto ha desempeñado un rol central en el diseño, implementación y evaluación de los últimos planes de acción. The work has developed a plan citizens and the administration action, consolidating a culture of collaboration and transparency. It stands as model for inclusive governance, where civil society helps shape public commitments and monitors the progress. Nos complace ahora dar la bienvenida a Tayun Panik, en representación del Foro de Gobierno de la Sociedad Civil Española.
Director of Strategic Partnerships, Political Watch.
Estimados miembros del Gobierno español y demás países de la Alianza de Gobierno Abierto, organizaciones de la sociedad civil,
Dear members of the Spanish government and
miembros del
organizations, academia,
muchas gracias
members of the OGP, thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to represent part of the civil society in Spain. First of all, we would like to condemn every massacre and war that are having place in the world right now.
Cobrándose miles de vidas en diferentes países como Ucrania, Myanmar o Sudán, ¿no?
They are costing lives everywhere in
Queremos pedir la liberación de todos los rehenes
Myanmar
y queremos condenar
and
públicamente
Sudan.
el genocidio.
We also want to ask for the liberation and freedom of all the hostages, and we want to condemn what is being done to the Palestinian people.
Requerimos a los representantes políticos presentes en esta cumbre
We do ask the politicians in this summit to activate all the mechanisms possible to stop these barbaric situations and to repair the damage done. We do believe that it's incompatible and profoundly incoherent to ask for open government and then also use
como herramienta de resolución de conflictos.
brutal force.
Estamos viendo cómo el auge de los discursos autoritarios están atacando los valores democráticos. Vemos como en sistemas políticos
we see how democracy has been attacked and how some democratic systems that we thought solid are falling down. We see attacks to fundamental rights like freedom of speech, and we see how the civic space is being closed to others. In these times we live in, open government solutions should be something that we should protect, because we do need more space for having conversations, collaboration, and creating a joint network for keeping on growing in this sense. And this should be done from what we have in common. But this defense of democracy comes at a cost, and our governments should be up for it. And we do value profoundly the role of our government in this sense. We do see that there are some plans and strategies are being created, and then we get frustrated because they don't come to action. And sometimes they create an even bigger gap between the society and the government. And what we do need is to restore that trust, that confidence in democracy. And for this, we do have to be really committed when it comes to politics. And this is why we have to leave words aside and start acting. We do want the Spanish government and other governments as well to be brave and step into action, correct inertia, and amplify the values of democracy. First of all, 2 invitations and 1 hope. First of all, I would like to invite everyone to listen to us a little bit more, to establish dialogue with everyone that we can encounter, and even if they feel different or think different. And we also want our government to be brave enough is to create this cross-cutting tools for helping democracy. We need you to be aware of the many actors that are involved in this. And we do need you to be brave in order to take care of us, of our planet, and be sure to create a prosperous world for the next generations. And finally, I would like to end with a hope. We do believe that a better world is possible. Help us make it real. Thank you.
We are now honored to welcome Aidan Yakuthe, Chief Executive Officer of the Open Government Partnership. He led Sawiza East Africa for over 10 years, empowering citizens and promoting responsive governance across Tanzania, Kenya and Uganda. Ha sido miembro activo del Comité Directivo de la Alianza y copresidente por la sociedad civil en 2022. Bienvenido, Aidan.
He is the co-president for the steering committee in Africa as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Let me start by thanking very much our hosts, the government of Spain, the Basque government, the city of Vitoria-Gasteiz, and your wonderful citizens for their warm and loving welcome. Let me start with a story. At the 2019 OGP Summit in Canada, I did not walk into the room, I rolled in as a face on an iPad mounted on wheels, wearing a tag that read, Aidan Yakuthe, robot, OGP Steering Committee member. You see, 3 days after returning from the 2018 OGP Summit in Georgia, my government, the United Republic of Tanzania, seized my passport as punishment for publishing a Twaweza survey on how citizens rated their elected representatives. Soon after that, the statistics right to travel and ordered the government to return my passport. In 2022, Twaweza again polled citizens, this time on a steep and unfair mobile money tax. After a few weeks of heated public debate, based on the survey results, the government listened and cut it by 80%. Millions benefited. See, that personal journey is why, despite the difficult times we live in today, I stand here optimistic. It is why I remain energized by this open government movement, because openness and persistence can bend the arc towards justice. But let us be clear, we've just heard, progress is not guaranteed. We gather at a time of extraordinary turbulence. Inequality fractures our communities. Trust in government is plummeting. War rages in Ukraine and Gaza, Palestine. Democracy has collapsed in Georgia. Even in long-established democracies like the United States, sharp retreats are testing our collective resolve. And across many OGP countries, civil society is under strain, starved of funds, bound by red tape, and sometimes punished for demanding accountability. Some from our very own community who should be here today are absent, silenced or constrained by these very forces. Meanwhile, efforts to entrench power, to close governments, proceed at a speed and scale that we have not witnessed in recent times. The headwinds we are facing are strong and they are cold. The question before us is, how do we respond? When OGP was founded in 2011, much of what we take almost for granted today seemed impossible. That governments would disclose the names of those who really own and benefit from companies, that was a dream. That civil society would sit as co-equal partners with governments to reform policies and practices was, well, inconceivable. And yet today, through the Open Government Partnership, nearly 40 countries now fight corruption through beneficial ownership transparency. 50 members use open contracting, saving money, expanding opportunities, curbing waste. 4 out of 5 OGP members have strengthened access to information. And participation is thriving. From Latvia's e-petitions, Armenia's budgets, to citizen oversight in Ukraine and co-creation in Uruguay. From Aragon in Spain to Plateau State in Nigeria, Quezon City in Philippines, to Bogota in Colombia, Tarkan Swaem in Ghana, and here in the Basque Country, open government is making local communities stronger, fairer, and more resilient. These achievements demonstrate a simple truth. Open government works. Openness is resilience in action. It is democracy's renewal plan, not for its own sake, but for the dignity and security it delivers to people and to our shared planet alike. That's why I want to highlight the In Defense of Democracy initiative, led by Spain, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay. It tackles 3 urgent fronts: protecting democratic institutions, confronting extremism and inequality, and countering disinformation in our digital age. The OGP is an ally, a natural ally. For nearly 15 years, this community has shown that openness defeats corruption, but rebuilds trust and makes economies fairer. Citizens are not asking to be rescued. They're demanding to be part of the solution. That is the heartbeat of open government. And so I call on you, leaders of this partnership, in government and civil society, to do 4 things. First, protect civic space. Because partnership with civil society delivers real results, ensure there is room and resources for their voice. For inspiration, look to the Dominican Republic, which is developing a national strategy for civic space to safeguard the rights of assembly, association, and expression. Second, rebuild public trust. Deepen participation beyond consultation, beyond input and evaluation. Design processes that genuinely listen and respond to citizens' priorities. The Basque Country, for example, engaged 8,000 citizens to shape its 3rd action plan. There's some inspiration for you. Third, drive open reforms for resilient economies. The Open Gov Challenge, launched in Estonia, has already inspired over 160 commitments across 65 governments in 42 countries. Keep that momentum, track progress, share lessons. 4, defend multilateralism. Be vocal at global forums, visible in your commitment to OGP. Follow again the lead of Spain, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay, who are showing what democratic solidarity looks like in practice. Friends, for centuries, the communities in these beautiful Basque countries gathered beneath an oak tree to deliberate on matters that bound them together. The most famous, the tree of Guernica, came to symbolize a simple truth. Decisions are stronger and fairer when made openly with the people. The French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau saw in that tree the living spirit of the social contract. Citizens shaping their shared destiny through dialogue and consent. This 9th Global Open Government Summit is our own Tree of Guernica moment. Then let us be open, together, so that future generations inherit governments they can trust, communities they can believe in, and a planet where dignity endures. Thank you.
It It is time to introduce the Lehendakari of the Basque Country, Imanol Pradales, whose presence reflects the Basque Country's strong commitment to open government and leadership in transparency, participation and innovation. La cooperación entre administraciones y el diálogo entre todos los niveles de gobierno nos permiten construir sistemas más sólidos e inclusivos que respondan mejor a las necesidades de la ciudadanía. Demos la
response that work better for solving society's needs. Thank you so much.
Espainiar gobernuko presidentea, legebiltzarreko presidentea, sailburuak, batzar nagusietako presidenta, diputatu nagusia, alkatea, herri agintari eta ordezkariok, OGPko ordezkariok, jaun andreok, egun on guztioi. Demokrazia,
multilateralismoa eta President of the General Assemblies, Deputy General Mayor, public authorities, democracy, multilateralism, and human rights are at the head of our popular conception. We have defended them throughout history, and our intention is to continue deepening these values in collaboration with all the nations and territories around the world. That is why we have been members of OGP since 2018, and that is why we have made courageous commitments to promote open government. This is the reason why we are here today. I would like to thank those responsible for OGP for the trust they have placed in our country to organize this summit, to host this summit. And before we begin and taking advantage of the fact that we have a broad representation of countries from all around the world, I would like to express my solidarity with the Palestinian people and emphasize the need for a fair and lasting solution.
Bidezkoa esan nahi du bi herriek adostua izan behar duela.
Fair means that it must be agreed upon by both.
Aurrekoaren aitortza izan behar
not imposed by a third party.
Bi estatuen elkarbizitza.
And it means that it must focus on the recognition of the above,
ezin du desio imperialistak dituzten liderren gutizia politiko
peace cannot depend on the political or personal
milioika pertsonen etorkizuna eta bizitza dago jokoan.
The future of
Basque philosopher recently states that the most important
Basque philosopher Tania Inararity recently stated that the most important task of democracy today is
individuals, ideologies, crises, and new technological environments are putting it under considerable stress. Individualism and growing social demands, the fragmentation of the community space, the erosion of the public sphere, once space for dialogue, now transformed into a battleground, the emergence of demographic, environmental, technological challenge of unprecedented magnitude in human history, the rise of movements that offer simple solutions to all these issues, or authoritarianism as a more effective, decisive, and appealing alternative to democracy. The convergence of all these factors is leading to a breakdown in the core foundation that sustains our societies, trust in institutions and in the democratic system. Solving this complex puzzle is the defining challenge of our time. This is why we are here. Destaco tres cuestiones que considero básicas para luchar contra la desafección de la ciudadanía y responder a las demandas de sociedades cada vez más exigentes. La primera, la relevancia que tiene cultivar la cultura del acuerdo. Una cultura democrática, constructiva y basada en la ejemplaridad, que a través del diálogo permanente busque el consenso y la colaboración entre diferentes. Los acuerdos representan la mejor expresión de la acción política e institucional que consideramos útil, es decir, en beneficio del conjunto de la ciudadanía. Pero no basta con alcanzar el acuerdo, también hay que plasmarlo. Algo tan sencillo como cumplir con los compromisos adoptados marca la diferencia a la hora de fortalecer la confianza entre partidos, entre instituciones y sobre todo entre estas y la ciudadanía.
How we do it between institutions and the public. The second issue concerns the very conception of political and institutional power, because democratic renewal is not only the responsibility of states. So state and local governments, together with the community and various stakeholders, play an essential role in defending and improving democracy.
Los que estamos en primera línea abordando retos como la migración, el cambio climático, la reindustrialización, la desigualdad,
who are in the front line tackling challenges such as immigration, migration, climate change, reindustrialization, inequality, security and housing. We are in direct contact with people, listening to their opinions, understanding their needs and addressing them. This is not only a matter of justice, but also of applying the principle of subsidiarity enshrined in the European treaties, so that governments like that of the Basque country have greater political capacity to confront global challenges. And that is why we want to have a seat at the tables when decisions are made in Europe, and to continue building new alliances with those who share our views. And the third issue here, the third question here, would be the results, because beyond cultivating a certain political culture or a decentralized vision, it's equally important to move to practical implementation, to deliver tangible results that help solve people's problems. Transparency, citizen participation, accountability, evaluation of public policies, collaborative governments, community engagement, and constructive public debate. These are all hallmarks of democratic quality. But putting them into practice requires appropriate systems and mechanisms, and we must obtain answers. Policies must deliver results so that citizens truly feel they have meaning and value. That is why we are here, to learn from one another and to share progress that helped us take democracy toward a new paradigm.
Metodo, praktika, araudi eta beste guztiaren oinarrian.
We have values at the foundation of our methods, practices, regulations. We must then revitalize our systems through democratic values, cultures, and behaviors. Civil society, the media, and all kinds of actors must have democratic values as the compass guiding their actions and conduct.
Etxea demokratikoa izan dadin,
For a house to be democratic is not enough for its windows to be transparent. Everyone living in the house must act democratically. Let us not forget that. Although we represent diverse cultures, languages, and political traditions, all of us gathered here share these goals, and I am certain that the work of the coming days will give new momentum to this shared purpose.
Partida demokratikoa, demokrazia indartzeko. Eskerrik asko. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
La celebración de la 9ª Cumbre Global de la Alianza para el Gobierno Abierto en Vitoria-Gasteiz es el resultado del firme liderazgo que España
Gobierno
Abierto a nivel internacional.
The impulse for open government
reflects Spain's commitment to leading by
international commitment.
Embedding open government principles across all branches and levels of public administration. By mainstreaming open government, Spain demonstrates how institutional collaboration can drive democratic innovation and strengthen public trust. Nos honra contar con la presencia del presidente del Gobierno de España.
We are honored to have
ha sido clave para hacer de esta cumbre una realidad.
President here participating as part of this Open Government Global Summit.
Eskerrik asko, egunon, primer ministro de Cabo Verde, Lehendakari, CEO de Gobierno Abierto, ministros, ministras, delegada del Gobierno, alcaldesa de Vitoria, Autoridades, señoras y señores, para mí también es un honor el poder participar en esta cumbre, la novena cumbre global de la Alianza de Gobierno Abierto y además hacerlo aquí.
And to do it here and Vitoria stays a city that is extraordinary and a reference for many things, as for example,
de gobierno abierto y de transparencia. Comparto con la Diputación Foral de Álava, también con el gobierno vasco,
we share this with the
en este ámbito desde hace
local department for Álava and the government of the Basque country. First of all, I want to recognize this
gracias, alcaldesa,
the respective
la Diputación
representatives.
Foral,
Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to the president
nuestro compromiso con una cumbre que por primera vez se celebra en una ciudad que no ostenta la
Basque country. For the first time, this summit is celebrated outside of the capital city,
una gobernanza
and it
responsable,
happened here in Vitoria.
transparente.
The promotion of
que en estos
open
tiempos
government has never been as important as it is
no solo
now.
porque el buen
We have
gobierno es el
heard
que
it
ofrece
before
mejores
today, not only
resultados,
because good
que
government is
traduce
that offers good results and that
eficaces,
translates
eficientes, que
into
mejoran, en
the
definitiva,
best policies,
la vida de las personas. Para eso
measures that enhance the lives of those
un modelo de
who
gobierno
live
abierto significa
in that
reconocer
country, but also
poder
because
no es
we
patrimonio
advance
de los
towards
gobiernos,
an
de las
open government
instituciones,
model
sino que se
that
comparte
recognizes that
sociedad, que es
government
su
is not
principal
something that belongs to
protagonista.
politicians, but belongs to
Transparencia nos
the
recuerda que
citizens.
gobernar
Not only
no
because
es
transparency
decidir en soledad,
tells us that it's not
en común y
about governing
diálogo y acuerdo con la ciudadanía, sino también porque el
on
gobierno
our own, but together with our citizens,
activo y transparente que
but also because open government reminds us
la mejor herramienta para poder defender la democracia.
open government is
especialmente
best
necesaria hoy
tool
cuando
for
nuestras
defending
democracias
democracy.
están
And this is
siendo
especially important today because
lo hacen desde
democracies
fuera,
have been attacked not only from outsiders,
primera vez en décadas la
but
democracia
also from inside.
en lugar de
For the
avanzar
first time in
en el
decades,
mundo
democracy has been going backwards instead of going forward, and it has happened not only because of those
propio poder autocrático
enemies that we might have and that we might always have had, but also because of internal forces that cannot
libertades ciudadanas que ella
lie to us,
y también por las conquistas sociales que representa.
but they show that they
Habla de
don't
una
feel
suerte
any
de
respect for our
fatiga
institutions.
democrática para explicar los
Some people
recortes
talk about
en materia de
some kind of
libertades
democratic fatigue
en muchos
to
países.
explain the
Y
trends
ante
that
esa
we
realidad
see in many
debemos
countries
dar la batalla
of cutting
con
off
un
in
arma
terms of
poderosa,
rights. But
el de que haya más y mejor
to
gobierno.
that, I say we have to fight
Aquellos a los que siempre nos debemos, que
better,
son
we have
nuestros
to be
ciudadanos.
stronger, and we have to
Por eso,
continue to take
el compromiso del
care
gobierno
of
de
our
España
citizens.
siempre ha sido
And that
claro.
is why the commitment
Más
of
transparencia,
the government of
más
Spain
rendición de
is
cuentas y también, lógicamente, más apertura
a commitment
institucional. Y
to
hacerlo
transparency
sin
and to
excusas, sin
a
matices.
better openness in
Ese es el camino
our institutions, without excuses, without nuances. That is the way that we have chosen in the last years here in Spain. We are among the 5 leader countries in terms of open data. We have advanced 8 points in the Open Data Index in the last years, and we
a
have
través de un informe que llamamos
enhanced
Informe Cumpliendo.
our
Y hemos impulsado reformas que nos sitúan como una de las
reporting system as well in terms of accountability, and we have
Pero
been
es evidente que
modernizing
tenemos que
our
ir más
institutions as
lejos,
well.
que
But
debemos
obviously we have to go even further than that, even
y
beyond that.
con pasos
We have
decisivos,
to
como
double
la ley de
effort here,
administración abierta y el
and we
quinto
have to
plan de
work
gobierno
towards
abierto que hemos aprobado en el día de hoy en el Consejo de
the
Ministros. Dos
5th plan that was approved,
cuyas
was passed
líneas
today,
principales me gustaría compartir con todos ustedes.
the plan for open
La
government,
ley de
with
administración
2 main lines that I would like to say here. First of all,
aprobado esta misma mañana en
when
el
it comes to public administration and the
se enmarca en los planes de acción por la democracia
law that we have just
que hemos impulsado y que presenté
approved today, we
supone, por tanto, el
are
cumplimiento
very focused on fighting corruption, of course.
del Congreso de los
This
Diputados.
is something that is a commitment, especially on our side. And this includes recommendations for
del Consejo de Europa, de la OCDE y también de la Comisión Europea. Y va a dar respuesta a muchas de las demandas y también aspiraciones de la propia sociedad civil española. Va a integrar en un único texto legal las 4 dimensiones fundamentales, a mi juicio, que conforman el gobierno abierto: la transparencia, la integridad, la participación pública y la rendición de cuentas. Sobre la transparencia, con esta norma vamos a incrementar la obligación de transparencia más colectiva, vamos a reforzar la publicidad activa, incluyendo las agendas institucionales. Consolidamos el derecho de acceso a la información pública al ciudadano. Se va a establecer un régimen sancionador claro, imponer multas en caso de incumplimiento, la transparencia, la integridad. Entendida no solo como la ética personal de los servicios públicos, sino como un marco institucional. Con esta nueva ley reforzaremos la cultura de la ética pública. Un plan específico para, por ejemplo, al personal de las administraciones públicas en el sistema de integridad del Estado. 3. Participación. Más procesos de deliberación con la sociedad civil, nuevas herramientas que son innovadoras, la participación ciudadana, los pactos de integridad en los procesos de contratación pública. En definitiva, tampoco quiero extenderme.
Deals in public tenders. I don't want to deep dive in that, but I would like to set very clear that we are betting on the civil society participation in decision-making processes.
4th,
accountability.
Permanente.
As an active exercise, a permanent exercise that has to be assessed. In a democracy, we all know that to rule is not only about deciding, but it's also to explain and to justify. And why not? To rectify when you make a mistake. The accountability is not an option, but an obligation framed into that triple task of explaining, justifying, and rectifying what is not conveniently done. So to make the long story short, this law will be a pinpoint, because these are obligations. It's not about intentions. It sets mechanisms for its fulfillment, and because it puts the governmental action under control that entail clear consequences. So there is no law that by itself can transform the administration as a whole. It has to be applied, it has to be extended, it has to be brought to the citizens, and the citizens have to feel that this will
Este es el propósito de la segunda iniciativa que quiero compartir con todos de gobierno abierto que fue aprobado ayer.
Plan of open government that was approved in the framework of this summit. A plan that comes from joint work of the regional, local and state authorities, in the case of Basque country, foral authority too, and it has entailed a very participative project that would be a role model with many initiatives to articulate real actions, close actions and useful actions for the regular citizens. And I would like to say thank you to civil society
porque gracias a
organizations
su perseverancia y a su determinación en la defensa del tiene como consecuencia la aprobación de este quinto plan.
The approval of this fifth open government plan. Let's be clear. This gives continuity to the state plan of fight against corruption. And I would like to mention two of the measures that have been set. One of the main reasons that explain that setback in democracy in all over the world would be the citizens' mistrust towards institutions where there are corruption cases. And although we don't have zero corruption, we should have zero tolerance towards corruption. That zero tolerance entails to respond in a brave way with ideas and proposals.
Y silenciarla, como desgraciadamente
en
ese sentido, la primera iniciativa que quiero anunciar es el próximo lanzamiento del nuevo portal de transparencia del Gobierno de España, de la Administración General del Estado. Una herramienta mucho más clara, mucho más abierta, mucho más transparente, bajo la premisa de del derecho a entender,
under the premise of the right to know, to
gracias a ella,
understand, to
bueno, pues
participate.
cualquier ciudadano y ciudadana podrá consultar de forma sencilla, también
Every
actualizada,
citizen
las
will be
agendas de
able
los altos
to
cargos, los viajes
have a look
oficiales,
at the
así como
agendas
también
of the managers, directors, and public accounts of any public entity. Second, I would like to share
a implicar una transformación profunda
that would entail a deep transformation of the
va a suponer
public sector hiring platform.
artificial, la
It will
automatización
entail
y el
the
análisis
inclusion of AI and automation
Estas herramientas
and
que
the
nos van
data
a
mining in this field.
permitir, por ejemplo, detectar
What can we do
patrones
with all this?
irregulares de posibles fraudes,
We'll be
evolucionar
able
hacia
to
un
detect
auténtico
possible patterns of possible frauds, to evolve towards a structural model. To make the long story short, a deep
la
change
contratación pública
that is
toda democracia
absolutely key to
para tener
empowerment, because public hiring, in order
esta vigilancia
to
tiene que ser
be
abierta
safe, requires to be
y
monitored, and this monitoring has to
Me
be
refería
smart
antes, para finalizar,
and
señoras y
shared.
señores, ante el
And
profundo
to
vínculo
wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, I was speaking about the bond that combines the values of
es lo
integrity, transparency, and
suficientemente
democracy. And I think
importante
that bond
todas las
is
instituciones de un país como es el nuestro,
deep
como
enough
es
so
España,
that
se
the
sientan
institutions
interpeladas.
of our country, like
El
ours,
más
like
pequeño de
Spain,
nuestros más de
feel
8.000
affected.
municipios a lo largo y ancho de
We
nuestro
have more than 8,000 municipalities in our country.
autónomas y las dos
We have
ciudades
17 regions in
y,
our
por supuesto,
country and
a la
2
Administración
autonomous
General del
cities, Ceuta and Melilla, and the
Pero
general
también debería
administration of
interpelar
state and government
a
of Spain.
todas las fuerzas parlamentarias
But this should
por puro sentido común.
also be for every parliamentary party.
Y ese acuerdo, por cierto, también debe alcanzar
And that agreement should reach
y vincular profundamente al sector privado. No solo podemos
the
hacerlo,
private sector.
necesitamos al sector
We
privado,
can't do this from the public sector. We need the private sector.
sino en su relación
Not only in the way it
con las
works, but also in
porque
its
todos
relationship with public administrations, because we
Solo así
are all in the end
una nueva
accountable for
gobernanza
it.
mucho más
That's
accesible,
the
mucho
only
más
way that we can have to move on in a more
Ese es nuestro
transparent and democratic way.
seguir avanzando sin
That's our commitment, to keep on
sin
moving
excusas,
without setbacks,
seguir avanzando
without
que no
excuses,
se encierra en sus
and to move
despachos, sino que
towards
se abre.
a democracy that is not locked into a room, but is open to scrutiny and to
Evidentemente, valores
participation and
muy
dialogue.
presentes en este foro.
These are very present values in this forum that are shared by the government of Spain. I would like to
novena
conclude
edición
by saying
en
that this
Vitoria,
ninth edition
termina con la
in
copresidencia
Vitoria,
española de la Alianza para el
that
Gobierno
ends up with the
Abierto,
co-presidency
es una
of Spain for the
una
OGP,
oportunidad extraordinaria para sumar esfuerzos
is a great opportunity to combine efforts in front of a shared
para aprender unos de otros.
challenge, to exchange good
Así,
practices,
desde
to
luego, lo
learn from one
entendemos
from
desde
another. And this way, well, we understand
en
this
esta
from the
época en la que
government of
otros optan,
Spain.
por
We
desgracia,
try to be as
por,
multilateral as
dar
possible, and unfortunately, others are trying
Queremos, por tanto,
to turn their back on this
experiencia.
multilateralism. So
Queremos
we would like to
aprender
share our experience. We want to learn
fórmulas innovadoras
from the
para
ones that have found innovative
Queremos
formulas for participation. We want to create alliances among governments, universities, companies, social organizations.
sobre gobierno abierto.
So this forum and the statement of Vitoria-Gasteiz about open government, we want them to be useful to reach all our goals in this field. I hope that these days of mutual learning help us improve our governance tools for the benefit of the citizens, for the benefit of our democracy. Eskerrik asko, thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Agradecemos profundamente al presidente Sánchez su apoyo y extendemos nuestro reconocimiento a todos nuestros distinguidos oradores y participantes. Damos por finalizada la sesión inaugural de la cumbre. Por favor, hasta la salida del presidente del gobierno.
Remain seated until the Prime Minister has left the room.
We now invite you to dive into thematic sessions co-organized by civil society and government, showcasing collaborative approaches to open government. Thank you, and we hope you enjoyed the rest of the summit. Gracias y que disfrutéis del resto de la cumbre. Eskerrik asko, laster arte.
1, 2 testing.
high-level panel 1, Resilience and Democratic Quality in Times of Crisis, a Global Call, will begin in 4 minutes. Please take your seats. El primer panel de alto nivel, Resiliencia y Calidad Democrática en tiempos de crisis, un llamamiento global, comenzará en unos minutos. Por favor, tomad asiento. Please remind that in order to be able to listen to interpretation, you need to use your own devices connected to your headphones and logged into the interpretation app. Interpretation will be provided remotely. Recuerden que, para poder escuchar la interpretación, deben usar sus propios dispositivos, conectados a sus auriculares y permanecer dentro de la aplicación para la interpretación. La interpretación se hará de manera telemática. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. high-level panel 1, Resilience and Democratic Quality in Times of Crisis, a Global Call, will begin just now. Please take your seats. El primer panel de alto nivel, Resiliencia y calidad democrática en tiempos de crisis, va a comenzar. Por favor, tomad asiento. Muchas gracias.
This will do, I hope.
You need a translation? You can use the app here with the headphones.
Oh, all of this.
Experimentando la maldad de las cosas inanimadas. Entonces, denos un poquito de...
So, just give us a...
Hello, is it working now? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, buenas tardes. Thank you for being patient. It will take us like 1 minute more to be able to start. As you can see, we have a very full panel and we need microphones for all of them. So thank you.
As comfortable as you can be. Yeah.
Well, I hope you all had an opportunity to have lunch. Buenas tardes, good afternoon, guten Nachmittag. Nein, no, nein. I think that it is not the way you say it, but I tried. Boa tarde. Thank you, thank you. My name is Elena Hofbauer. I have the pleasure of moderating this very bright and broad panel. I work with the Ford Foundation. I'm Mexican and I'm based in Mexico. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. And given that we are already running late, I will be briefly introducing only by name our speakers as we go through the panel. We are meeting, as was already abundantly made clear in the morning, we are meeting at a complex moment in global geopolitics. Wars and upturning of international conventions, ideological fragmentation, the climate crisis, and inequality are multiplying across the world. Concurrently, there is a marked retreat from multilateralism and a significant decline in public trust. Public trust, which was one of the issues that was brought up in the first panel. There are several critical issues that affect civic space, among others, technology, for surveillance, censorship, and the suppression of dissent. Today, there are fewer democracies in the world than autocracies. More people live under autocracies. More countries are in the process of autocratization. And autocracies are growing in wealth and in power. In 2024, almost 3 out of 4 people lived in countries where civic space is repressed or entirely closed. While democratic erosion is a fact, it is uneven. Some of the most critical or more prominent cases are taking place in the global north, imprinting the trend with a sense of doom that not necessarily is lived in the same way everywhere. This dynamic draws attention away from democratic resilience elsewhere, especially in the global south. The prominent cases not only skew our attention, but also our understanding of what is going on and what can be done against it. Because of this, spaces like the OGP are more important than ever. Today, OGP stands at 74 national and more than 150 local members, with thousands of civil society partners. Over 80% of OGP members have multi-stakeholder forums, ensuring that space for civil society at policy-making tables exists. And 90% involve multiple branches of government. As was discussed in the first panel, democracy at the local level is much more resilient and feels very different to when we have these conversations high up in the skies. So this will be our opportunity to deal with some of these issues and to think about the importance of voice and participation in keeping democracies strong while we feel that it is under threat, and we know that it is in recession worldwide. We will have two segments in this panel. I will start with the segment on my right, your left, in order to deal with democratic resilience, government responsiveness, and catalyzing civic power. The framing for this first segment is democratic deficit. I feel that somebody is breathing. Can you hear it also? Okay, it stopped. I was feeling watched. Apologies. Please, don't hold your breath, Kevin. So the framing for the first segment is democratic deficit has been widely documented, but less attention is being paid to democratic resilience across national and subnational levels. So what are some of the avenues to deepen civic engagement at the local level that can inspire or inform national actions and vice versa? And what role can digital transformation play in deepening engagement and building up government responsiveness? This is a panel that will be at least in Spanish and English if you need to have your headphones ready. And there might be some interventions in Ukraine, Russian, Ukrainian. Okay. So I will start with María Ubarechena, consejera de Gobernanza, Administración Digital y Autogobierno.
Government Counselor and government counselor from the Basque Country, please.
No se oye.
We can't hear you for now. Mic, please.
A ver, sí, ahora sí.
Yep. Yeah, now we can hear it.
Ongi etorri Euskadira. I was welcoming you
welcome to the Basque Country,
to our country, in our language, in euskera. Buenas tardes a todos. Yo voy a poner como un ejemplo muy breve nuestro último plan de OGP que hemos realizado en el País Vasco, porque tenemos una
Sorry, we're having some issues with the sound. Let's see.
No funciona el micrófono.
The mic is not working, I'm afraid.
¿Se oye? Ahora sí. Bueno, decía que voy a poner como ejemplo nuestro plan OGP local.
Que I'll put our OGP plan as an example. We've done it with a great participation. And I think that one of the ways to gain transparency and trust into institutions by citizens to be transparent and participative. As our Lender Kari was saying this morning, it is important that our windows are not only transparent, but it is also important that people that live in the house are transparent too. And applying this principle, I see that we have the representatives from the institutions that are participating with us on local OGP. In Basque Country, we have an institutional system, multi-layer system. We have city council, regional governments, Basque government, civil society, and we've articulated a plan on which we not only have the institutions, but also 8,000 people and 16 associations from civil society. And that has enriched our plan dramatically. And I think that this way of working makes us much stronger. And I think that altogether we can go further.
Ayer tuvimos unas jornadas de OGP por la tarde en el Gobierno vasco y hablando con diferentes países nos decían que muchas planes
they told us that this kind of plans are developed just by 3 or 4 people at an office and the plan is over. And this plan has been participated in collaboration with society, and I think that that's the way that we should follow. And this is very important because it is together. Participation between government and civil society and different stakeholders. So we can get out of this mess altogether.
Mr. from the Public Service and Administration Department in South Africa to hear from you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if someone can assist me with this because it doesn't work. So I missed out from my colleague here. But also, if you can just repeat the question for me.
Apologies.
Yeah, that's it.
Maria was giving us the example of participation and involvement of civil society in the plan that they developed for OGP at the local level. And I was saying that it is in this spirit of participation between governments and civil society and the various actors that we can actually get out of where we are in terms of the challenges that democracy is facing.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Firstly, I want to appreciate the opportunity to contribute in this panel. Of course, first and foremost, I want to start by saying it's an indictment, in fact, that at this time of our democracies, it seems as if we are going backward, derailing from the core values that have founded us, because all democracies in the world were founded on principles of cooperation, openness, and accountability. And that is why even some of our countries fought for democracy, because there was that exclusion. So now that we have attained our democracies, we seem to be going back. And also, as we are gathered here across borders and various sectors, we are gathered because we are united by both our common understanding and our commitment to open government, because there isn't any government that can thrive without the people and their involvement and their participation. And in all honesty, as far as what we have understood, in particular in South Africa, to be the government is a government. That's why we've coined a term that says there isn't any government for us without us, which therefore means our commitment in saying that we cannot thrive and we cannot actually succeed if the people on the ground are not involved. So it's become very interesting now that at this time where we've got so many challenges, even our leadership is getting tested as to what kind of leaders and how do we respond to different challenges that we are encountering as different countries.
I love what you said in terms of for us, but not without us. Can you repeat that quote?
I said, we have coined a statement that says, nothing for us without us, meaning communities, in fact, are the drivers of governance, and they are the ones that should dictate as to what needs to be done. But that is changing now, where few individuals think that by being in power, they've got the monopoly of wisdom and absolute weight on people.
So it is at the essence of what concerns us, thinking about the situation and the sensation, the feeling of exclusion and the lack of voice that people feel that they have in the current circumstances.
Yes.
Kevin, let me go over to you. Kevin Casas Zamora, International IDEA Secretary General. Por favor.
Well, thank you very much, Helena, for the question, and thank you also to the OGP and all the wonderful people that have been involved in organizing this great event. I would like to take a step back and reflect a little bit on what is it that makes a democracy more resilient, which is the premise for this panel. And let me start by saying that in light of what we are seeing, no democracy is immune from backsliding. That must be, let's say that the secret sauce is trust in institutions, but it's so secret a sauce that nobody knows how to bring it about. And that's the thing. But I suspect there are things that help. Generally speaking, societies that embrace a real commitment to egalitarian values tend to do better. Because you see, my strong impression is that one of the reasons that is making democratic societies vulnerable to populism and authoritarian discourses is, you know, we repeat a lot this notion that people are angry and fed up with democracy because democracy does not deliver. And I would suggest that we are more precise. I would say that a lot of people are angry with democracy because democracy is not delivering fairness. And that's a more precise problem. And it's not entirely surprising. I mean, when we think that we live in a world where 1% of the population owns as much wealth as the remaining 99%, it is no mystery that a lot of people are willing to throw their lot with the first demagogue that comes along. So commitment to egalitarian values and fairness is really of the essence. But there's also something that the mayor of Maipú mentioned in the first panel today, which I firmly support and believe in, which is this notion that the best way to defend democracy is to make sure that democracy solves problems for real people. And one of the keys to solve problems for real people is being able to forge broad-based political agreements to solve very complicated issues. And you're not able to forge those broad-based political agreements if you insist in nurturing polarization day in and day out. My impression is that democracies that protect the ability to forge agreements tend to do much, much better in the face of an authoritarian assault. And I could go on, but at least those two things appear to me as part of the secret sauce that makes democracies more resilient when they are challenged.
Thank you again, Kevin.
Thanks. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
As you can see, we're struggling with technology. But what you're saying is essential. And basically, a lot of academics who are studying what is happening with democracy are saying the problem is that a lot of the democracies that we had very weak institutions, and therefore could never really deliver what it is that people wanted and expected out of democracy. But this possibility of broad coalitions and people that speak to each other regardless of which party they come from, etc., is essentially what populists are using, the absence of, in order to polarize and drive this, this wave of authoritarian temptations, we call it in Latin America. I will now hand over to Januar Nugroho, former Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of Indonesia and OGP Envoy. Please, give us your perspective.
Thank you, Elena. Can you hear me? No. This is the definition of technology, available when you do not need it. Okay. I would continue what Kerry mentioned earlier because I think this is very important, especially the trust factor. Because I believe that democratic resilience does not emerge from the institutions. It grows, I think, from trust. The way I see it is that trust is the connective tissue between state and society. So when citizens believe that their voice matters, their leaders are accountable, then I think democracy regenerates even in crisis. This is what I believe, this is what I have been experiencing in Indonesia. Conversely, when or once trust erodes, even the strongest constitutions falter. So, I think when we talk about the drivers of resilience, therefore, there are three aspects I would say. One is socio-economic inclusion. Democracies endure when citizens experience material improvement and dignity. Inequality is not only an economic gap, but also trust gap. This is how I see it. So policies that can narrow disparities in health, for example, education and opportunity, are trust-building mechanisms. So I think for those working in the economic development policies, I think this is very important. Second, institutional responsiveness. I think open and transparent institutions like participatory planning, open budgeting, I think citizens can benefit from that, from the co-production process of governance. And lastly, civic infrastructure. I don't know in your country, in different contexts, but I think independent media, active civil society organizations, and safe digital space are not nice to have, but they are shock absorbers of democracy during crisis. They are just not nice to have, but they have to be there. They sustain pluralisms when politics polarizes. So, in short, I think resilience is not resistance to change, but it is the capacity to adapt without losing democratic soul. It is about designing states that can listen, that can learn and correct course in real time. So this is just my reflection on that.
Thank you very much, Januar. And definitely, I mean, what you're pointing out some very critical elements. First of all, for us to understand that resilience is this capacity to bounce back, to overcome the moments when something happens that sets us back. And therefore, it is not a constant struggle, but the possibility to adapt and to move forward. And you point out very important elements which pull together what has already been said, adding layers to it. So we have been talking about participation, transparency, trust, institutions, and the elements that you added in this round. Emilia Saiz, Secretary General, United Cities and Local Governments. What is your perspective from the very local level to this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Allow me to give the perspective of my membership, because mine might be slightly different in this panel. So if you ask any mayor, what do you need to do to gain trust and ensure resilience in democracy, they will say to you, you need to deliver. You need to deliver good local service provision so that people can understand what a difference that makes. And so my very broad membership, and we're really truly broad, a global organization of local and regional governments with membership in almost every single country in the world, this is what local leaders will try to do. Now, the issue with that is extremely important, and we certainly think that we need to strengthen institutions based on the needs of the citizens, and covering the needs is particularly important. But the problem with this, and we are discussing this in the Global Coalition for Democracy that we work on together with Kevin's organization, the problem with this is that we are losing the narrative of efficiency versus democracy. Because there are many that can actually deliver local service provision. The problem is that they are not defending agency of people, that they are not defending freedoms of people, and is that the way that we want to regain trust? So that is what we need to think about. I really like what I have heard as the key components of resilience in democracy. I very much identify with that. Something that none of you have mentioned is the proximity of governance. You need to ensure that there is a layer of proximity. If you don't achieve that, you will neither achieve equality, nor will you able to deliver on societies that are based on care. And we are at a moment in history where people are faced with challenges that are so great that they feel they can do nothing about. Climate change, oh, okay, we cannot do anything about it. It's too big, it's too late. We cannot do anything about it. Politicians, they are all the same, all of them corrupt, all of them stealing, all of them with their own agendas. So, okay, we better do nothing about this, right? And what we're saying is, if you add the layer of proximity, there are many parts of the world where you see people that believe again in the institutions, that are willing to put their own time to work on the institutions, and that understand that there is a paradigm shift that we need to defend, that not everything is to be monetized, that there are commons that need to be defended, and that there are spheres of government that have an important role in defending those commons. That if we do consider water as a human right, then we need to make sure that you have a level of governance that will defend water above other things. That if you identify housing as one of the single most heavy crises that we are facing right now, you need to ensure that housing is not understood only as a private property that you buy and sell. And you need spheres of government, that proximity sphere that will control this. I think these are important components of the resilience agenda. But again, I would like, and I'm sure we will do it over these 2 days, we need on the one hand to focus on delivering around these principles, on the other hand also realizing that there is more than service delivery. There is an agenda of partnership that we need to deliver, of trust, again, like was said here earlier. And that entails a change of leadership with different sets of values, and a different relation, a different intergenerational relationship, I would say, between people and government, which we feel can be really transformative and triggered at local level.
So thank you for that. And we have always believed that it is in the proximity where you really experience government and where you experience also democracy, because ultimately the high-level government, the normal citizen never gets in contact with that level and is really focused much more on what happens in the day-to-day and how to solve it. So if you can, I will go back to you, and if you can give me one key element that you think and that are these connections between local and national, or opportunities to build these connections where some of the benefits of the local experience of democracy can be transmitted or inform ways of doing things at the national level, and vice versa. And yeah, just one.
One word?
No.
Or 2 words.
Just one idea.
One
idea. And yeah, the one you like the most, and we can start in whatever
Okay.
order.
Collaborative governance.
Collaborative governance, which seems essential. It brings together many of these.
I would say almost the same, but coordination and trying by all means to not work in silos as different entities, and even within different departments.
I'm sorry, because I couldn't quite hear you.
I was saying I will align myself with the previous speaker that cooperation, and also between levels of government, and also cooperation within departments in government, so that departments do not work in silos, because sometimes you find that departments, each and every department is working on its own without this one knowing what is happening. Therefore, that makes duplication and also no coordinated effort in terms of helping people.
So that speaks more to the cooperation, collaboration, and coordination among government levels and institutions.
And within institutions, yes.
Kevin?
I mean, I would say, from what I've seen, I think it's easier. I mean, and there are people that can speak with more authority.
Can you hear him? No.
You use the mic. Yeah.
I would say, from what I've seen, and I'm sure there are people here that can speak with more authority than I can about this. At the local level, it's easier to build broad-based coalitions involving political actors and social actors around very concrete issues of governance. You know, how to solve very concrete problems. That's easier to do at the local level. But we need desperately this kind of thing at the national level. It's easier to beat polarization at the local level than at the national level. I would say that reproducing these experiences of local dialogue with a very pragmatic spirit is exactly what I think the doctor orders if you want to beat polarization at the national level, and it's desperately necessary to protect democracy.
Okay.
Ellen, I
Thank
agree.
you for that.
Yeah, I agree with Carrie, but probably the way I would formulate it would be, it should be local embeddedness. So we have to re-embed the idea of reform, idea of change at the national level back to the local level. We need to make them rooted at the local level, contextualize it with the real problems they have. Only, I think, by doing that, we may be able to achieve change. I'm speaking from the experience of a country of more than 17,000 islands, that big country, and I think why we fail when we talk about the reform at the national level is often because we did not spend enough time in, one, contextualizing it in the diverse localities, and re-embedding it or embedding it at the local context. That's it.
But that is the challenge of our lifetimes, no?
Yes.
How in these super aggregated governments and that have a reach over so many people, so many places, so many localities, how do we actually achieve
You cannot escape that. Your hand has to be dirty. You have to work with in the field, work with the people in the local level, find champions, because otherwise you cannot just imagine the change from the capital.
And maybe that is what you have to do in order to pull upwards, like Kevin is saying, by building from the coalitions that you can strongly build at the local level and that can be aggregated upwards. Over to you.
Whoa, after this, what do I do? Well, I would say there is a level of co-creation that you need at local level for it to be pushed up. And then I would take the first sentence is that collaborative approach. I would call it governing in partnership that you need to do, and it's that combination. The problem comes, and I'm sure the second segment will be wise about this, how to tackle that. The problem comes where you don't really have that co-creation approach at local level, and you are only focusing on the collaborative multi-level governance without the broad support of communities behind. I think that's where we might fail. So I leave it there. I know we don't have much time, but maybe the second segment can pick it up a bit.
So with that, let me shift over to the second segment. I'm sorry. I will no longer be looking at you. Hello, welcome. Segment number 2. So let us deal with some of these ideas, but go a little bit deeper into 2 aspects. While it is questioned if democratic decline is as bad as it really is, and if we're not losing sight of many different expressions of democracies that are not necessarily defined as in the global north, there is also an argument for saying, are we making it worse by constantly talking about democratic decline? Is there something that deepens public pessimism and disengagement by this constant discourse about democracy is not working and there are other forms that work better? So taking that into account, what are some of the narrative shifts that democracy activists and thought leaders need to make in order to reinforce civic agency? And what is the role of technology? I asked about technology here, but almost didn't get. And that's because technology has been failing us. But what is the role of technology in democratic discourse, especially taking into account disinformation and the lack of tech accountability? So I'm happy to start with you, Sarah Wezonga, Senior Program Manager, Freedom of Expression and Information Integrity, Article 19, Kenya. Karibu.
Oh, asante. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
No.
Wow. Oh. Thank you very much. Helena, like she said, my name is Sarah Wesonga. I work with Article 19, and I also work with the ONCAC Civil Society Coalition. That simply means that my job is to make sure that people everywhere have the ability to speak and to access information that allows them to make informed decisions about their lives. My job at the coalition is then to support African civil society organizations to look at how their governments are implementing anti-corruption reform. In a nutshell, my job is what Rakesh said today morning, is to make sense of all this big English, all these big words that we're speaking here. Make it make sense to the taxi driver, make it make sense to my grandma in the village, make it make sense to everyone who gets impacted by this. And so for my input, I'm also going to say remove all your hats that you're wearing, remove the big titles that you have, and I want you to just come down with me. So imagine living in a country that is a member of the Open Government Partnership. We meet in these very flamboyant places. In fact, Victoria Guides, it's beautiful. Outside it's beautiful, the people here, we are all beautiful. So most of our countries have made several commitments around open governance. We've made several commitments around making sure that information is accessible to the people. We have incredible commitments around open data portals, very progressive digital tools to allow civic participation, to allow access to information, to allow openness. But the reality is that most of our countries, still in this very same room with robust access to information laws, robust open government portals, are the very same countries where if a citizen seeks information about how the public contracts are being utilized, when citizens try to seek information about how their data is being utilized, when media tries to use access to information to try and monitor accountability and showcase this information to the taxi driver, to our grandmas, to the people in the village, two things happen. Either they're met with silence or they're met with reprisal. Imagine you come from a country that says that we protect your right to speak. We encourage civic engagement. We want to hear for the people because we've spoken about public trust. Kosi said there's nothing for us without us, right? So there's an encouragement for citizens, for individuals to be able to engage in government. But the reality is we are seeing an increase in silencing, with people being silenced under disinformation laws. So I stand here essentially looking at the contradiction in terms of what we are promising in the sense of democratic resilience. I do not think it's declining. I do not think we are talking too much about it. My position is that there is a very big contradiction about what we are committing and what is happening at the local level. We are talking about encouraging civic participation. We have the biggest crackdown on protests around the world right now. And it's not just in my country, around the world, right? We are talking about including digitizing public services. We are having an increased number of internet shutdowns. So we are moving our services to the digital realm, whilst at the same time not allowing citizens to be able to access the internet. Another contradiction we are seeing. We are talking about having open and access information laws. We are seeing a very big crackdown on information, on investigative journalists. So for me, I think my point would be the reality is that we've created so many spaces for openness, for transparency, for public participation, but we are still lacking in the culture of accountability, which I believe anchors then democratic resilience. Because even what the discussions that have been going on, when we ask what is the promise of open government to the taxi driver? What is the promise of open governance to my grandmother, to the local citizen? We really cannot see it anymore. We are not able to translate it anymore. And the other thing that we are saying is that people's ability to be able to speak, to be able to access information about their lives, there's a big clawback around that. Look at the Article 19 Global Expression Report. It says we are currently living in a world where our ability to speak, our ability to access information is worse than it was 2 decades ago. Go to the Civicus Monitor, go to so many indices that are trying to look at where we are at in terms of democracy. So for me, I think that when you're talking about democratic resilience, I think it starts when citizens can question power, and not just question power, but get an answer, because that is where we are lacking. When civic actors are able to access information without fear of retaliation, it is indeed then we are building that democratic resilience. In my opinion, the test of true democracy and true democratic resilience is not about open platforms, it's not about so many commitments on openness, it's not that. It's, are these commitments, are these plans working for the people? So my encouragement in terms of building up democratic resilience would be governments also need to be open, to be able to open themselves to being monitored and not just being celebrated. And from Kenya to Brazil to United States, everywhere, the feeling is the same. We are being called in to participate, but we are not being heard. So democracy can only work if the citizens and the communities that we are promising to serve, that we are promising to show accountability, that we are promising to improve lives, we are not just creating them for, but with. They need to be part of the equation, and they need to be a center of the equation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Very powerful in terms of putting like the color into the nothing for us without us, and the need to say, yes, I mean, there are real challenges, and the kernel of the challenge, the heart of the challenge comes from citizens not being heard, being invited into half-hearted participation or engagement mechanisms, but not being heard. That is one piece of the problem. We have heard several on this side. Now we're coming to the next one. I will give the word to Alexander Yarema, former State Secretary of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Helena. Honored colleagues, partners, friends. Today I am privileged to represent Ukraine here. Thankful to the Ukrainian defenders who are fighting against Russian aggression every day, as well as to friendly countries and international organizations that are providing unwavering support to Ukraine. I express my deep gratitude for this. Nowadays, we see more challenges to democracy than ever before. Armed conflicts are spreading. Russian military aggression against Ukraine is a striking example of an authoritarian country's efforts to destroy a democratic one. Russia is trying to deprive our people of the right to choose their own path. In recent years, we have seen populism gaining increasing momentum. Effective policy is being replaced by empty slogans and rational dialogue by manipulations. No less serious challenge is disinformation. Unfortunately, today information is becoming as dangerous as weapons. The development of communication technologies and social networks has led to a rapid spread to information, making the main criteria not credibility, but a sensation. Fake news undermines trust in official sources of information and democratic institutions. The development of artificial intelligence creates great opportunities, but also brings new risks. If technologies are used without ethical guidelines, they become a means of mass manipulations. There is no single magic formula for countering this challenge. We Ukrainians are defending our democratic future fighting with weapons in our hands. Until a large number of nations to support Ukraine helps preserve democracy in the world. Civil society plays an important role in today's world, varying from independent oversight of government to expert support for state institutions, provision of social services, volunteering, and more. In Ukraine, during a full-scale war, civil society is an important actor in the field of national security and support for the state in difficult conditions. In addition to the armed force, the activity and strength of civil society has become our true weapon, and combining the efforts with state institutions and business has become an integral part of the joint struggle against the enemy. Since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion to Ukraine, the will to help the military, civilians affected by hostilities, and abandonment of all lost animals has united people. Initially, these were just spontaneous initiatives, but then they became well-established civil society organizations. As a result, despite the full-scale war, we are seeing significant growth in the civil society sector in Ukraine. True partnership between public authorities and civil society creates conditions for building mutual trust. Establishing standards of transparency, openness, and accountability for state authorities is an important factor in serving democracy. That is why it is so important today to unite countries around these principles within the open government partnership. Over the past 14 years, a large number of impactful projects proposed by civil society to promote transparency, accountability, and stronger public participation have been implemented in Ukraine within the framework for the initiative. Even during the full-scale war, we and our partners from civil society included in the action plan for implementing the initiative a number of tasks that remain extremely relevant at this very moment. In particular, this concerns transparency and the fight against corruption in the recovery process. First and foremost, the creation of the DREAM system, as well as the involvement of citizens in the development, implementation, and monitoring of plans and programs for the comprehensive restoration and development of regions and territorial communities. In recent months, work on new 7 action plan for the implementation of the initiative has been ongoing, and as usual, the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine is striving to make this process as inclusive, as open as possible. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that one of the key elements in countering threats to democracy is the joint effort of nations, governments, and civil society to resist these challenges and to work together in finding solutions to shared problems. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very, Alexander. And there are some countries that count with all of our solidarity, and yours is one of those. And I can imagine what it will be like when finally this war is over and you have a transformed country and a transformed citizenship after everything that has happened. Livia Oliveira Sobota, National Secretary for Access to Information, Comptrollers General of Brazil.
May I?
Yes.
Do you hear me? I must say that when I was being mic'd and prepped out at backstage, I felt like Taylor Swift or Lady Gaga with people waiting for me. Unfortunately, it did not work, but it was an experience, right? So first, I would like to say about this sense of doom or this pessimism that would entail from discussing democracy suffering in our countries. I think that this feeling is ahistorical. I think that we need to politicize, in the good sense, this discussion, to remember in the greater historical arch what we are talking about. So if I take my own experience in this limited set of time, I am lucky enough to live in this world. I would start with a girl that was born during the military dictatorship in my country. My mom voted for president for the first time when she was 39 years old. My uncle was brutally tortured during the military dictatorship. But I grew up and developed physically, emotionally, professionally, politically during democracy. And I was lucky enough to live my professional life working first in civil society, then as a public servant in a government that was flourishing and improving the lives of people. And my formation was, how can we serve the people better? So I remember my uncle said, I am so emotional because I see that the same state that tortured me, now you are representing internationally, because I am a diplomat by training, but I'm not speaking, of course, as a diplomat today. So if we consider history, this very brief moment I lived in my professional life was an exception in Brazilian history because of many moments of authoritarianism and also because of our colonial history. So when I say I am missing something, I feel a democratic decline, who am I talking about? Who else is experiencing this? Because democracy still has a lot of work to do to reach the Brazilian population fullness. In its full. And when I look around, I need to draw from everybody's resilience that is not only now, it's since ever. Because indigenous populations in Brazil who suffered a colonial genocide, they are still here. They are fighting for the future. Because African-American Brazilians that were enslaved and kidnapped and suffered with illegal transatlantic slave trade, they are the force fighting for citizenship in Brazil. So if we consider all of that, during the good times of democracy, before democracy declined, we had many young people dying. We had some sorts of violence. We were still fighting about torture in prisons. And we had in the world countries living under foreign occupation. So if we bring this context, I don't think what we have to take from it is pessimism. It's the opposite, it's courage, it's determination, because we know we stand on the shoulders of giants and many generations of peoples that suffered with many other things before, and we are gonna go through this. We got this together. So looking at history and discussing the ugliness that may come to us is not only a way to recognizing the gravity of the situation, but also to bring about solutions and remember what we have already done as a people and as peoples in the world. What I think is different now is that climate change and nuclear threat, they escalate danger, these dangers that our civilizations suffered already for centuries and millennia, and they require collective action. So Brazil is very proud to support denuclearization and to participate in the articulation of the total ban of nuclear weapons because we believe they are illegal regarding humanitarian law and also because there is no right hand for the wrong weapon. And those who thought that geopolitics were gone away, that global conflict was gone away, now we know that they never went away and that we have some existential risks that we need to take really seriously, namely nuclear threat and climate change. But what we are discussing today, which is open government, is part of the equation. So I believe and I understand it's consensual already in this panel that we need to deliver more and better for the people. I don't think anyone disagrees from that. What I think is that we need to understand also the limits of those actions because there is a dimension of politics that relate with disagreement within people, disagreement within local communities. And this is what politics is about. More than consulting with the population, we also have to deal with disagreements within the population, which is something very legitimate considering different projects for your country. And we think we need to normalize that, deal with that, going beyond the more managerial dimension of open government to entail real contradictions in politics that are healthy and our action plans cannot solve by themselves. It's much bigger than us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have put several things on the table and put the perspective into the longer vision of things and where we actually are. And we are right to feel that democracy has failed us, and we are right to feel that we are in a different moment than 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. We are right to feel a series of contradictory things regarding democracy, because in reality, it is not what we expected. But what is happening right now, this is the battle that we have been preparing for our whole life. If we believe in democracy, and if we believe in people's rights to participate and to make decisions, this is the moment that we have been growing towards. So a friend told me in the morning, sorry, I will now pull in a story, but a friend told me, a very good friend told me this morning, I'm strangely energized by this situation, and I understand, and that is how we have to be. Mary Beth, let me move over to you. Mary Beth Goodman, Secretary General Adjunta of the OECD.
Yeah. It's working? Maybe? Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. It is such a pleasure to be here. I am not the least bit unbiased when it comes to OGP. I believe with all my soul in the power of this platform for collective action, and look what has already been accomplished. And I couldn't agree with Helena more. Now is the time we've been working towards, and we just need to double down and deliver more right now. I mean, truly. But your original question for this side of the panel was, is this narrative on democratic decline really exaggerated right now? And I think the simple answer is yes and no, right? Yes, in that this narrative of democratic decline, it disempowers people. It makes people feel like it's a self-perpetuating issue that is just going to continue. I don't think that is true. And I think we, as part of this open government partnership community and as activists for democracy, we have to work on changing that narrative and making the shift, because we've got to balance the urgency of right now and what needs to be done with the agency that we have, and to put citizens back at the heart of what it means for democratic renewal. And that's the challenge we have right now. So this idea of resilience and democratic quality that we're talking about, these aren't luxuries. These are the necessities that we have to grapple with. This is the moment that we're in, and we have to meet the moment. So the question, in my mind, is really, can democracy weather this set of stresses? Of course, right? But it's how do we adapt the democracy to make it be the anchor, to make it be more firmly deepened, and to put trust back in this conversation in a really meaningful way. Resilience is the key here, and we know that. But now we've got to figure out how to really do that. How do we put resilience in our institutions? How do we get people to believe and put their trust back in these institutions? So at the OECD, we've done a trust survey among our members. And unfortunately, it's a really depressing read, right? Because of our member countries, only 39% of people reported high or moderately high trust in their national government, right? That's a startling statistic. Only 39% of people had high trust in their government. And 44% of people said they had low or no trust in their government. That's horrifying. That just shows how much work all of us still have to do. So the gap there is really a symptom of some of the deeper governance challenges that we're seeing. And in and of itself, that lack of trust is the real drag on government and democratic resilience. So this OECD data went on to show that only 30% of people feel like they have a say in what government does, right? That's when we get back to this idea of citizen participation and so much of what OGP is based on. So in my mind, it's not about open government being considered the secondary agenda, right? We have to make this be the catalyst for trust, the catalyst for inclusion, and the catalyst for renewal that's going to show dividends around the world. So we all have our homework here. We have a lot more work to do, and we need to be the acolytes that get out there and really put this forward. So as tired as you may be, go have all those conversations that Rakesh teed up with every taxi driver you meet from here on out, right? This is it. This is the moment that we put this back together. So what we've seen is that the transparency, the participation, the accountability that strengthen our institutions can also help support more inclusive growth, right? All of this is connected. And the citizens who feel like they have a voice in the decisions are consistently reporting higher levels of trust in their government. So much of this is about putting the citizens and getting them active again, but the citizen voice alone is not enough. We know we've got to do more to protect the space for civic space in and of itself, right? Safeguarding the freedom of assembly, the freedom of association, the freedom of expression, that is the foundation of civic power. And I'm purposely saying civic power, not civil society, because we have collective action here. It is civic power that is going to really propel the revival of democracy, and that is what all of you are such a big part of, and I hope we're going to continue to fight this fight together through this collective platform that we've created now. Rakesh really made me take a pause in the first panel when he said it's been 14 years. That made me feel very old. Right? I mean, 14 years, but look how far we've come, and it just shows, as we heard, this is the moment, and we've got to go that much further now.
Thank you for that. I mean, definitely, if you think of the open government partnership and this idea of the co-creation of the plans, etc. But that is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, if we think that that is creating democracy, I mean, we're losing the point. I mean, it is governments and citizens being able to work on big problems that have to be solved by working together. But ultimately, yes, we need to put our everything into this. So, I was instructed that we could run over time because we started late, but I'm seeing all of you and I'm inclined not to run over time. But what I would want to give you is each of you the possibility to say one thing to somebody else of the panel, because you have now heard each other, to somebody else or to the public, something that you think is your essential contribution to what has been said or to what you want to tell all of us who are arguably democracy fighters. So, no specific order. This is something that comes from the heart. It doesn't have to come from the data. But it can, if you want. Be free. You want to start? And just one last thing. No longer than 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Because it's 9 of you.
Okay, I'll start and I'll try to keep it very short. I think the question about democracy that we're saying, the reality is we are not including the people who need it most. And I said earlier that we are designing for instead of with. That's the reality. But then we've also been able to see the promise of technology and bringing power to the people. I'm a very big advocate of low-tech, high-impact initiatives. How have we been able to promote citizens to use TikTok and social media to be able to break down this complex information in a way that they're able to access information? How then do we look at democracy as a product that we consume instead of something that we are creating? We've said about co-creation, right? And OGP being at the core and at the center of it. But the biggest concern that also I feel that needs to be addressed is who are now the new sort of designers of democracy. Melanie from Luminate earlier said that we are saying that in the digital age, algorithms, platforms, data brokers, big tech, they are the people who are monitoring how we think, how we feel, and even how we vote, whether we like it or not. So again, this is a key issue that we need to look at. Lastly is looking at technology and empowering young people to be able to take root and take lead and take ownership of their role in democracy. But also lastly, just acknowledging, because, and this is also to my government participants, to our donors and development partners on this table, is to look at, from a civil society perspective, we are not looking at accountability as a matter of naming and shaming. I prefer accountability as a matter of naming and changing. When you call for accountability, are we changing or are we shaming? And then lastly, if I was to wrap this in a nutshell, is let us move from saying that, we need democratic defenders. No, democracy is also a verb. Let's all be doers, not just democratic defenders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to go next? Nkosi. Minister. We are not hearing you. Kevin has a mic in his pocket.
I would like to be a bit controversial on this one. From all that we have said here and what open government is all about, we have highlighted the challenges and the cause for this, what to call lack of trust in our democracies. But less we mention about the characters in this whole architecture. And I want to put to all these champions of open government here that as long as we are not actively involved in educating the public and communities, not to elect demagogues but leaders, we're not going to win. We can't hope to change the cause if we elect untrustworthy individuals into the system and hope to change them when they are at the helm.
Thank you. Super important. Kevin.
Look, my last words on this will go towards highlighting a dimension that has not really been mentioned much in the course of this discussion, which is that democracies are more resilient when they work together, when they engage in peer-to-peer learning and find ways to act together. And so that this is not seen simply as an abstract statement, we're trying at IDEA to walk the talk. And one of the things that will be happening here is that we are, I guess I'm announcing the launch of the Demo Talks initiative, which is a collaboration between International IDEA, the OGP, the Community of Democracies, and OECD. And the objective of these dialogues is to bring together initially the ministries of foreign affairs of our respective member states, initially, because that can be broadened later, to foster discussions on democracy-related issues, identifying challenges and trying to identify innovative solutions. So our goal is to shore up international cooperation to foster democratic resilience, because this is a crucial dimension, enabling democracies to work together.
Thank you.
And the first
together.
Of this dialogue will happen here, by the way,
Stronger
at this
together.
summit.
Good.
So run, don't walk. to that first dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, I just want to complement the idea on the technology, because I think many governments digitalize their bureaucracy, but not their accountability. That's my first point. So why open government, why openness is important? Because I think digital platforms, as you mentioned earlier, risk becoming new instruments of control rather than channels of inclusion. Number two, I think we need to be able to distinguish between e-government and open government. The first one helps us modernize administration, but the second one, it is about democratizing. Okay. So, lastly, I think digital technologies innovation is, we live with it, right? So what is important here is that we need to ensure that the code of democracy is not rewritten by the logic of control. The goal is not just digital transformation, but I think it is deliberative transformation, a system that listens before it computes, if I may just to add here. That's it.
Thank you very much. I love the idea of not E, but open. E, not E, but all
not just
government.
E, but also open government.
Yeah. Alexander.
Thank you. We need to learn to trust each other, the state and civil society, to work together to ensure that democracy does. Yes.
It works.
Does not lose. It is also very important to show solidarity with countries that are fighting for democratic values, like Ukraine, so that the space for democracies does not shrink.
Yes? No? Okay. I'm going to pick up on this idea of technology too, right? I mean, and I like the way you put it, right? Low tech, high impact, right? Because if left unchecked, democracy has got to really think about how we look at technology. And if we leave the technology unchecked, it could actually really drive even wider inequalities, right? So this idea that we, are going to use technology to solve all the world's problems, yes and no, right? Again, right? Everything is not quite as black and white as I think many would like to portray it. I think technology has made us far more interconnected than we ever could have thought possible, but it has also shown our citizens what more there is out there that they can do, what more they don't know about, what more is happening that they maybe should know about, right? And we've seen that citizens really do want to be more involved. They want to have more voice. They want to be more engaged. And this is not just about a one-off ballot box or a check-the-box consultations. They want actual voice. And technology can empower us to do that. And we've got to learn from each other on what the best method of that is.
Thank you so much. Somebody just made a sign to me like this, which I don't know if it means that they want to cut my throat or if it is just that we have to stop the panel. So one last word, please. Super short.
I planned a phrase, sorry. So this would be my love letter to civil servants. I know there are many people here from civil society, and I appreciate you. We will talk about you a lot in this meeting, but I want to talk to the ones of you that, like me and others, are in the midst of enduring the pressure of the state and the pressure of civil society. I hear you. It's a tough job, but we got this. It's not the first time we are under pressure. It will not be the last. This is a call to action. So from the Brazilian side, we have many initiatives. People mentioned the democracy initiative with Spain and Chile. We have the COP climate coming. We have the Alliance Against Hunger from G20, the Information Integrity Initiative. And now we are taking the co-chairmanship together with Steph Muchai of the OGP. So feel free to reach out and let's go to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to share as well. I don't think democracy has let me down. We have let down democracy by characterizing many systems that are not democratic as democratic, and then ending up with many autocratic systems that have been make a very wrong use of power. I think if we want to overcome this, and I think it is the battle to fight right now, we cannot treat communities and citizens as consumers. We are more than that, and we need to work on the agency and freedom of people to actually ratify what democracy actually entails. I leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, last word to you.
Very short. Less words, more action, and let's practice what we've spoken here.
Are you hearing Maria?
No? Yes.
Ahora sí.
I was saying less words, more action. Let's put in place what we've spoken here. That's it.
Thank you to this fantastic panel, and to all of you. Please remember that you're not only working for democracy on the job, but there is a job to do when you're not working as citizens. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Muy bien, muchísimas gracias.
high-level panel From Transparency to Trust, Shaping the Open Parliament of Tomorrow will begin in 10 minutes. El panel de alto nivel, de la transparencia a la confianza, construyendo el Parlamento abierto del mañana, comenzará en 10 minutos. Please remind that in order to be able to listen to interpretation, you need to use your own devices, connected to your headphones and logged into the interpretation app. Interpretation will be provided remotely. Recuerden que para poder escuchar la interpretación deben usar sus propios dispositivos conectados a sus auriculares y permanecer dentro de la aplicación para la interpretación. La interpretación se hará de manera telemática. Thank you. high-level panel From Transparency to Trust, Shaping the Open Parliament of Tomorrow will begin in 5 minutes. El panel de alto nivel, de la transparencia a la confianza, construyendo el Parlamento abierto del mañana, Comenzará en 5 minutos. Please remind that in order to be able to listen to interpretation, you need to use your own devices, connected to your headphones, and logged into the interpretation app. Interpretation will be provided remotely. Recuerden que para poder escuchar la interpretación deben usar sus propios dispositivos, conectados a sus auriculares y permanecer dentro de la aplicación para la interpretación. La interpretación se hará de manera telemática. high-level panel for transparency to trust, shaping the open parliament of tomorrow will begin now. El panel de alto nivel de la transparencia a la confianza, construyendo el Parlamento abierto del mañana, va a comenzar. Gracias. Thank you.
No, porque no.
Nope.
No, yes.
Yes. So hi everyone. Hi every member of the OGP community. Thank you for having me moderating this very important panel. Let me introduce myself. I'm Paula Forteza. I'm today co-chair of Démocratie Ouverte, which is a French association that has been working on openness, on citizen participation, on institutional reform for 10 years now. We have, for instance, been part of the organization of the Climate Citizen Assembly in France. I happen to be also a former member of parliament, and in my time in office, I worked a lot around civic tech, open data, put in place different participatory mechanisms, and I was always coming back to the OGP community for ideas, for support, for friendship too. Very important when we're in politics. Today, I run a gallery, an art gallery, representing artists that are engaged politically and socially. And this is a way for me to stay in touch with new ideas, new forms of citizen engagement. So today we're talking about open parliament, how parliaments can contribute to the open government agenda, but also how these institutions have a role as guardians of the public debate, guardians of democracy, how they have a responsibility in generating citizen trust in elected officials, and a responsibility too in generating a safe, respectful, and empowering link between citizen and elected officials. I come from France, and we are now in a very deep political crisis with a government that didn't last a day. And so it seems funny, but it's tragic. And this is the result, the exact result of political forces in the parliament not being able to put in place constructive dialogue, not being able to create sustainable coalitions. This is a live proof that we need this link with citizens, we need this link with civil society in order to prevent this kind of situations where we are completely disconnected, where we are on slippery ground regarding to the danger of authoritarian practices, regarding the danger of anti-democratic forces coming to power. And this, we've heard it all day long, is happening in a lot of different countries in the world nowadays. So more and more, the open parliament agenda is key and is essential to democracy. So to talk about this, to reflect on this all together, we have 8 very interesting panelists today. We're going to have 2 parts of the discussion. A first one where we're going to try to identify examples, concrete examples of innovative practices, of successful practices that are happening today that can inspire other countries and that can scale across regions. And on the second part, we're going to try to imagine the future of open parliament. We're going to try to project what can happen in 10, 30, 50 years, thanks to new technologies, but also what new kind of engagement, initiative, projects can emerge from the OGP community. So, we're going to start with Honorable Kwasi Kofi Krab-Paulin, who is an MP, President of the Commission of Public Policies Evaluation at the National Assembly of Côte d'Ivoire. Earlier this year, you have adopted the first Open Parliament plan at the National Assembly of Côte d'Ivoire. And it's a very ambitious plan, exactly, because you want to create a framework, a legal framework for Open Parliament so that it can last over political transitions. Can you tell us about it?
Merci beaucoup. C'est vrai que excusez-moi, je suis venu en retard. On avait une autre activité avec le président OGP Monde.
Well, sorry,
donc, je n'ai pas pu saisir votre nom. Je ne sais pas comment vous appelez.
Paola Forteza et
Madame
je suis
Pamela,
ancienne
merci beaucoup.
députée française.
Je voudrais saluer l'auditoire et vous saluer. En réalité, ça a été un bon parcours pour la Côte d'Ivoire au nom donc du président de l'Assemblée nationale et de la présidente du Sénat. Je salue cette Assemblée qui nous accueille aujourd'hui. Nous avons, depuis 2022, depuis Marrakech, nous avons adhéré à l'idée du PGO, du Parlement ouvert. Mais il faut dire que déjà la Côte d'Ivoire, mon pays, était déjà dans le gouvernement ouvert. Et nous sommes un très très bon élève. Selon tous les rapports d'évaluation, la Côte d'Ivoire est un très bon élève en termes de gouvernement ouvert. Mais on n'a pas voulu rester dans l'exécutif. On a voulu aider le Parlement et même à la société et aux collectivités locales. Et c'est que nous avons pu de 2022 jusqu'à 2025. Il y a eu un parcours où on est allé au Maroc, après le Kenya, en mars 2025. Et j'ai pris l'engagement en tant que focal pour dire que la Côte d'Ivoire allait avoir son premier plan. Et sur ce premier plan, je retrouve encore un de mes grands frères, mon aîné du Ghana, avec qui j'ai été panéliste à Nairobi, et j'avais promis que la Côte d'Ivoire allait adopter son premier plan. Le premier plan a mis, en termes de de mettre l'ancrage législatif, de mettre l'ancrage juridique, parce que la volonté politique seule ne suffit pas. Il faut déjà qu'on puisse mettre cela dans tous les textes des plus élevés. Et nous avons travaillé comme ça au niveau de l'évaluation des politiques publiques qui avait été adoptée dans notre constitution en 2016 et c'est jusqu'en 2024 que nous avons pu implémenter cela au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale. Donc pour qu'on puisse dépasser, et le mot transition me gêne. Je préfère qu'on parle d'alternance. Je préfère qu'on parle d'alternance. Mon pays, on a des élections en octobre. Chez nous, quand on entend les transitions, ça a une autre connotation. Alors que les alternances sont beaucoup plus démocratiques que les transitions. Le pouvoir qui est là, qui a eu la volonté de créer ce plan, va continuer. Donc, en premier élément, nous avons ce que j'appelle l'ancrage législatif. L'ancrage législatif va consister à ce que l'Assemblée nationale et le Sénat, qui sont les deux chambres du Parlement, puissent adopter ce plan dans leur règlement. Le premier élément. Parce que si ça est dans leur règlement, ça veut dire clairement que ça n'est plus voué à la volonté d'une personne, mais ça est dans une institution et nous travaillons avec ce plan. Le deuxième élément, c'est aussi le contrôle de la société civile. Parce que la société civile doit nous contrôler, parce que dans notre gouvernance du Parlement ouvert, nous avons émis 3 éléments. Le comité d'orientation et opérationnel, le comité de suivi et de mise en œuvre des opérations, où nous avons mis la société civile et toutes les décisions se prennent par consensus. Et le point focal que je présente, les commissions d'évaluation des politiques publiques. Lorsque nous allons travailler et contrôler, je pense que n'importe quel gouvernement, en termes d'alternance qui sera là, sera obligé de respecter et ça va au-delà des volontés politiques. Et nous avons aussi tout cela par de l'éducation. Parce que vous ne pouvez pas travailler si vous n'avez pas la culture de l'ouverture. Donc nous allons mettre l'éducation et la formation au devant des choses pour que n'importe qui arrive, parce qu'il est imbibé de la notion d'ouverture, automatiquement, il n'a même pas envie de dire, bon, je vais essayer de changer telle ou telle autre chose. La culture est au-delà de tout ce que nous faisons. Parce que ce que nous, même quand il y a des coups d'État en Afrique, vous le savez, les premières choses qu'on touche, c'est la Constitution. On dit l'homme fort, quand il arrive, il dissout la Constitution, il dissout le Parlement. Bon, mais lorsque tout ça là sont dissous, bon, il n'y a plus de Parlement ouvert. Alors que s'il y a la culture démocratique, la culture de l'ouverture, la culture du contrôle, la culture de l'évaluation, automatiquement, cette culture-là permet de pérenniser. Parce que notre action, c'est de pérenniser ce que nous faisons. Donc voilà un peu les éléments, les 3 éléments que nous allons mettre en avant pour pérenniser notre plan et qui est composé de 4 éléments. Ce que nous appelons l'ancrage juridique, ce que nous appelons modernisation de notre communication. Il y a aussi le renforcement de notre collaboration avec la société civile et l'éducation qui occupe une très bonne place dans les 4 actions qui vont être évaluées et pour montrer que la Côte d'Ivoire est dans son plan d'action. Voilà ce que je voudrais vous dire. Et encore une fois, merci. Et à Abidjan, nous avons créé ce que nous avons appelé l'initiative d'Abidjan. L'initiative d'Abidjan consiste à fédérer tous les Africains pour que nous puissions rentrer dans l'esprit. Et aujourd'hui, d'après ce que j'ai vu à travers M. Mbla, des 13 pays, nous sommes passés pratiquement à 3 pays qui ont été évalués la dernière fois. C'est pour montrer clairement que nous avançons et la culture de l'évaluation et la culture sont en train de gagner du temps. C'est une bonne chose pour l'Afrique et pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Je vous remercie.
It's a nice point to put forward. Carolina Delgado Ramirez, you're an MP from Costa Rica, and you're part of Parlaméricas. So you've been working a lot around the representativity of national assemblies of Congress and how to give a voice to underrepresented populations. So women, people that are socially disadvantaged. Can you tell us a little bit about how do you put this in place?
Realmente la búsqueda de tener un parlamento abierto permite volver a reconfigurar. ¿Por qué? Porque hoy hemos perdido la credibilidad de la gente y esa cercanía, especialmente con las poblaciones más vulnerables. Y hay varios elementos que Costa Rica, más allá de todas las acciones que hemos venido realizando por muchísimo tiempo, también vienen a generar apertura claramente. Estamos en la primera Asamblea Legislativa en paridad. Hoy tenemos un hombre de más, pero ya estamos en paridad, que eso es un elemento importante. La incorporación de las poblaciones que han estado vienen a conformar de por sí ya una manera de empezar a ver diferente. Yo presido la Comisión de la Mujer en la Asamblea Legislativa, pero este periodo ha sido muy interesante porque los temas de mujer no solamente se ven en la Comisión de la Mujer. En todas las comisiones agropecuarios vimos Tierra para Mujeres, hemos visto que empezó a ser transversal no solamente el tema mujeres, sino el tema de juventudes y de adultos mayores en las diferentes comisiones. Eso como un elemento esencial en cuanto cambia la configuración de quienes toman las decisiones y eso es un elemento importante y es hacia donde todos los parlamentos deberíamos trabajar. En esa construcción, no solamente legislativa, todos los elementos de control político han hecho que cuando uno levanta la voz sobre temas en defensa de los derechos de las mujeres, en defensa de los derechos de los jóvenes, en defensa for women, for young people, for indigenous people, at this legislative assembly, we have for the first time an indigenous woman as an MP. Que uno sea el referente. Entonces, la apertura que tenemos hacia afuera, the openness that we have to the outside.
anybody calls you to speak about political violence, specifically women. Why? Because they don't have much access to formal structures in order to be able to perform consultations and to try to defend their rights. So openness has to be at different levels as Parliament. But in our case, we have a commission, a mixed commission. We move from a commission where we have more legislators, and today we have a mixed commission, an open parliament. There's a balance between citizens and MPs. And not only that, we regulate the participation of citizens so that we can create continuity over time. In Costa Rica, we are in power for 4 years, and we've thought that the citizens are the ones that are able to give continuity to this work that we are performing in the Legislative Assembly. And an important element that has emerged is, well, we are implementing many things, that's true, but commissions, legislative plenary, everything has been broadcasted, although we have 5 or 6 commissions at the same time. Everything is aired live, by the way, so we can see every voting. We had to vote so that all the votings are public. In some cases, there are some differences in terms of judges or something like that, but every single election has to be live, and we see what's going on, and that has created a lot of transparency. We have a civic parliament of young people, and this allowed us to include them and to understand how laws are built. And after going through all this training process as a parliament, they propose laws to the Legislative Assembly so that they can see topics that are interesting for young people. We have, for example, the agricultural sector, we have environment sector, and we've also had a young women parliament that has to do with the climate. So it's a 6-month period where we tell them what's going on, and they can be part of the decision-making process as young women, and they can say, okay, so where do we have to go to? Because obviously they have a very different point of view to the ones that are working there on a daily basis. Right now, I'm proposing a civic parliament about mobility where we're going to include the governance sector, private sector, everything that has to do with urban planning, and additionally, everything that has to do with disabilities, because we have to include mobility, for example. So all the instruments that we are building from the Legislative Assembly allow us to include every vulnerable sector in Costa Rica.
Very impressive, complete parity, gender equality in the assembly.
Yeah, the message that I bring from the event that we had yesterday that brought together more than 100 people, MPs, members of civil society, is that the parliament doesn't have to be part of the problem, it has to be part of the answer. During the day of yesterday, we constantly repeated the concern about the lack of trust and the big challenges that are set by the illiberal movements towards democracy. In this sense, the message that we would like to convey to this global summit is that parliaments have to be active part of the answer. So the fact that parliaments are open is not an aesthetic option, it's not something that is added additionally, but it is an institutional need. At the parliament, I have the honor of managing the first joint initiative about this the citizens and the parliament, the MPs participated, and the fact that we have the different stakeholders at the same level, well, this is considered a strategic need. And in the case of Spain, it's an innovation because it was the first open parliament plan. The second message that I bring is transparency, yes, but since 2013, we've been using the transparency law, but we need to go further. Is it transparency with the right to understand? In this sense, from Chile, Kenya, Italy, Africa, etc., they agreed on the same concern. The truth, if it can't be understood, does not create trust. So in this sense, transparency of the future, and yesterday's message is that we have to work towards the clear towards clear messages. If open data are not explained, I don't have a citizen-focused approach or just a computing resource that doesn't help us understand. The third idea that I would like to convey is that participation has more to do with trust than with technology. It's useless to implement platforms, no matter how modern and open they are, if we do not put citizen participation at the core of the discussion, and these are reliable processes, traceable processes, and with a delivery to citizens of every result that is accomplished. And this has to do with essential processes. As one of our speakers said yesterday, we need to spread the virus of participation in parliaments, but effective participation. And fourth message from yesterday, ethics and integrity are the end of the cycle that moves to trust. We can't get to trust without going through all the previous stages. Data openness, of course, is the very beginning. That creates transparency. Transparency creates effective participation. Transparency and participation will bring us to accountability, and this will bring us to integrity and ethics policy. We shouldn't skip steps. That would be the idea from yesterday. Let's close the integrity circle with transparency and participation. Of course, codes of behavior, independent bodies that are not just ornaments. This was another sentence from one of our speakers. They have to be guarantees of institutional credibility. And this is something I would like to convey to you all. Transparency is non-negotiable. And it has to be a constant commitment, consistent commitment and stable commitment that goes beyond legislatures and that brings every agent together, all the ones that are involved in parliamentary openness. And a fifth idea, I'm a civil servant of the Congress, I'm not a politician. And the fifth idea that was repeated yesterday, the fifth message, is that parliamentary openness has to be a shared culture by every agent that works for the parliament, not only decision makers, but also people that work to improve this democracy. So every tool, every plan is good, but they won't work without people, without the parliamentary staff, without the MPs. And of course, this would be my last message, without citizens and civil society, it wouldn't work. It's something that entails some tension. At the Congress, it has taken a year for us to create this open parliament plan. We've been discussing with civil society representatives, and it has not always been very specific or idea balance. But if the civil society in the parliament thought the same, maybe one of us is not doing its job. Maybe we're not thinking on the right way. And this is the last message that I bring to you all. This is a literal sentence, true little statement. An open parliament is not a project, but a way to understand democracy. Thank you very much.
Very much. I like this sentence a lot. The one thing that is for me very hard today in France is that there's a democratic fatigue because we see politicians that can't work together, and it's sad and it's very dangerous too. In France today, French people can't protest anymore. They don't follow the news. They don't talk about politics around dinner table anymore, and this is worrying. And I think we can, from Congress, bring hope again, and that's the responsibility. So thank you very much. Anton Leis Garcia, you are the director of the agency, a Spanish agency that works around international cooperation. What's the link between openness and sustainable development? What's the link between parliaments and sustainable development? How do you work with MPs on a daily basis?
Well, look, I was listening very respectfully to the parliamentarians and the people working in parliaments. I think I'm the only one coming from a development background in this panel. And probably many years ago, one would ask the question, why would the head of a development agency be sitting with parliamentarians and talking about sustainable development and open government? Why is this a priority for a development agency? You should be focusing on fighting poverty, reducing inequalities, and so on. And I think two things, I would say. On the first, we have expanded the global development agenda because we have realized that in order to fight poverty, in order to create a fairer, more sustainable world, we need to build institutions. We need to work with institutions, formal institutions, parliaments, judges, courts of accounts, all these things. And we have done that for several decades. But we have realized, and I was very listening to the representatives of parliaments, that is not enough. It's not enough to work with formal institutions. It's not enough to have a functioning parliament that produces laws. It's not enough to have judges that render judgments and so on. We need to involve civil society. We need to have a dialogue and a level of inclusiveness that goes beyond the normal functioning of these institutions. So parliaments are key actors. They draft laws. They control what we do in the executive. I'm also part of the executive, so every time I go to parliament is to have questions, mostly from the opposition, and answer them and trying to explain what we do. They pass budgets, and budgets are very important for everything we do in development. And as you said, Paula, very importantly, they are the beacon of democracy. Like, it is actually places where this deliberation needs to happen. It needs to happen in rational terms. There is a government, there is an opposition, but there needs to be ways into working together. And, you know, in some cases, majorities operate, but everything parliaments do is not just voting. It's also about achieving consensus. Last time I came to Vitoria-Gasteiz was to participate in hearings that led to the first Basque law, the most recent Basque law on development cooperation. I was invited as an expert and I participated. And there is a lot of that activity that parliaments do that I don't think citizens really are aware. What they are typically aware is all the fighting and the big discussion. So I would say four points that are important for us. Number one, we live in times where democracy is being questioned. And Diputada Delgado was mentioning the case of Costa Rica, saying that we need to recover the confidence, the credibility, the trust. And it is true. Everything is being questioned. Development cooperation, as you hear a lot of fake news and a lot of disinformation about what we do. Global trade, solidarity, democracy, everything is kind of being questioned. It is very important that we strengthen these institutions, and that's the responsibility of all of us. As development agencies can facilitate the contact between them, we can finance some projects, and I'll mention a few things we do, but we need to develop a type of cooperation that is also very political. And political, I say, not partisan politics, but to say many of the problems that we fight, hunger, climate change, gender gaps, are political problems. They are not technical problems. So it is actually in the place where politics needs to happen, and it's the parliaments that need to be addressed. And that is why I think it's so important that parliaments themselves are engaging into these open parliament processes. Number two, I think parliaments are very important in tackling some of these development challenges. I give you one example, which is hunger. And I think some parliamentarians in Costa Rica and in many Latin American countries have been very active in the Frentes Parlamentarios contra el Hambre, parliamentary fronts against hunger. This is a process that started in Latin America. Many parliamentarians cross-partisan, left and right and so on, working on an issue that is inherently political and not necessarily partisan, which is ensuring that we fight hunger and that we put in place policies, laws, budgets that ensure everybody's right to a healthy meal. And in Latin America, these parliamentary fronts have already produced more than 100 pieces of legislation to ensure that this is the case. School meals, food value chains and so on. And this is parliamentarians themselves. It's not, we have been supporting it with FAO, we have been funding it, but it is the parliamentarians talking to one another, reaching across the aisle, different factions and parties, and then talking to one another. That initiative came to Spain. Our own parliamentarians, both in the Congress and the Senate, are very active in this. And it is now being projected to other regions. There was the first summit in Chile, and more parliaments are joining this. Number three, I think parliaments, and the colleagues were mentioning, so I would quote them, in order to recover this trust, this credibility, I mean, parliaments by themselves, in most of our constitutional systems, it is where the popular sovereignty resides. So they are legitimate by definition. They represent all of us. But we know that that formal representation is not enough, that there are people that don't make it to the political process. And that is also what we are helping, and we have a project actually with the Parliament of Costa Rica. Costa Rica was one of the first parliaments in the region to elaborate a protocol for the informed consent of indigenous peoples in legislation. And there was nothing before, and we all know there is international standard by the ILO, is the convention number 169. And so Costa Rica has incorporated this into the legislative process. So, was this required by Costa Rican constitutional law? Probably not. The laws were fair and were produced in a constitutional way. But that additional step of inclusiveness, of taking care of these concerns, are of course very, very important. And we are very proud to support that. Costa Rica and Spain celebrated this year 40 years of cooperation together. Our parliamentarians actually visited Costa Rica to celebrate this. And number four, I think parliaments themselves are agents of cooperation. And I think we're very proud to work with the Spanish Congress and the Spanish Senate because, development cooperation is being transformed. Nobody wants aid anymore. This is not a vertical relationship with, the Spanish parliament goes to, any country elsewhere and tells you how to do things, This is about co-creating. All of these people are talking about challenges that they share. We speak different languages. We have different realities, different languages, different political environments, but we are confronted with the same topics. And more we are seeing this, and we are very proud, particularly in Latin America, but we are very open to expand this to other continents as well, is how can we learn from one another? And we know that we benefit from this. This is not charity. It is solidarity, yes, because there is no need why we should be engaging into these debates, but we know that working together will reach one another. And that is why, and I conclude, we signed today an MOU with the Open Government Partnership to more and more develop these projects with civil society, with governments, but also with parliaments. And I would be very keen on seeing more and more of these projects taking root in all our countries, because we are in this together in one way or another.
Thank you very much. What I get from this first round of speakers is that Open Parliament is not only about institutions or plans or engagements, it's also about people, how people behave. It's also about culture. So it's about who we elect and who can get elected. It's about politics, finally. And I like very much the international aspect of it. It's not only a national issue. We need, as authoritarian forces are getting organized at the international level, progressive forces need also to get organized at the international level. That's what OGP is for, that's what Parlamericas is for, and that's what also international cooperation is for, right? Okay, very, very interesting. We're going to get to our second part of the discussion. And now we're going to look forward and to see what we can imagine, crazy things. Let's think out of the box. Let's try to be creative here. So we're going to start with Marcy Harris. You are from the PopVox Foundation. You come from the USA. And you work around civic tech, open data. I myself put in place a lot of tested a lot of these kind of tools, but I always had trouble sincerely growing up these initiatives, scaling up these initiatives. Is this a buzzword? Is this something that really works? Is this something that we can build on in the future?
Yes and no. So, Paula, thank you so much for your question. I just have to say, as we sit here with our government shut down, I'm here to make you feel better about the state of parliaments and legislatures and people's ability to reach agreement. I know these are interesting times, so we can all be together and have a giggle. And I also just want to acknowledge how many people made it to the last session of the day to talk about parliaments, and what a wonderful day we had yesterday. So to all the members of parliament in the audience and on the panel, it's really an honor. I'm a former congressional staffer, so I always feel a little intimidated with the MPs present, but really just so honored to be here. It's true. I left working in Congress in 2010 with the idea for a platform that I thought would fix all of my problems and make everybody understand each other better, and pretty much ensure that we wouldn't have these kinds of arguments in the future. So I'm sorry to report that none of that happened. We built a civic tech platform. We created a way for almost 1 million people to write to their lawmaker. And I'm pretty sure we didn't break democracy, but we didn't fix it either. So we continue the quest, the hype cycle of excitement, disappointment, excitement, disappointment. I see you, Maria. We've all been in this place of trying again and again and again to make it work. Sometimes deploying technologies, sometimes deploying new plans or new participatory opportunities. I think there is a lot of idealism and realism in this room, and many ways that we have attempted to use these wonderful institutions that are established to be representatives of the people, and I still believe that's a really great system that we have to keep trying to make work. As far as the future, are we going to get there? I think we'll keep trying. We'll keep those cycles up. But one thing to keep in mind, for those of you who were with us this morning talking about artificial intelligence and parliaments, you know my chart of the pacing problem and my existential risk that I fear, which is that technology is advancing exponentially and our political systems are not. And that means that every year the gap is greater, and every year we are in greater danger that our democratic institutions will not keep pace with our technological advancements. So that's what we in this room and those who've been working so hard over the years to open, to deploy technology, to build greater capacity, we all have to keep doing that and do much more of it. Because I actually really embrace the idea that the next 10 years are going to include as much change as the past 100. And that means when we're back next year, I can't remember where this event is next year, I think we're going to be talking about civic agents deployed on behalf of individuals to help them navigate interacting with various jurisdictions. I think we're going to be talking about members of parliament having the equivalent of their own think tanks that are digitally empowered. I think we're going to see lots of attacks and disinformation, but also if we build it, if we invest, I think there's going to be the potential to have even more data-empowered decision-making, even in parliaments that have previously felt very under-resourced. I'm seeing a lot today, a lot of leapfrogging. So there are lots of parliaments that have had many resources over the years, and they're stuck with 2-year-old, 5-year-old, 10-year-old technology, and it's going to take them a while to deploy new systems. Whereas we're working now with some parliaments in the Caribbean that are paper-based, and what they're deploying is some of the most advanced technology out there. So I'm really optimistic about the ability, I love the point that was just made earlier about sharing information, because I absolutely can say with certainty that nobody knows how this is supposed to work, and we are all learning together. So the ability for us to come together in gatherings like this, to share information, to create open source tools, to standardize data, to share our experiences, and even to deploy together, to learn together, to redeploy together, and to set standards is going to be really important. And I think that if we really do it with intentionality, if there is investment, if there is transparency, I really do think we have the potential to start to address some of those issues that we've all been working on for 2, 5, 10, 15, many of us, years. Some of that stuff is easier to do now than it's ever been before. It's cheaper to do now than it's ever been before. So there really is a lot of potential, but we have to seize this moment, because otherwise we really will fall behind.
Thank you. I think the issue with this initiative is the technology, but also how institutionalized the initiative is. In France, we had a couple of months ago a petition that got 2 million signatures at the National Assembly, but the bill passed anyways. So that also creates frustration, right? And I think sometimes we have the tools, we have the technology, but the institutional context is not following yet, and that's dangerous too, right?
And we don't have direct democracy. Yeah. We still have representative democracy, so yeah.
Okay, so Diputado Cristian Araya, you come from Chile. You've put in place, you've deployed AI in the Chilean Congress. This is very sci-fi. It reminds me of Audrey Tang that said that MPs should use virtual reality to understand how their actions and their votes impact citizens. So we're talking about really, technologies that can go very far. How do you make sure that when you use these technologies, you're not undermining democratic legitimacy?
Lo primero es entender que...
Well, first and foremost, I think that, as you were saying a minute ago, we are in a revolutionary process in terms of the inclusion of technology. Of course, AI represents an amazing opportunity, especially to reduce the gap that exists between or among generations and different social and economic groups. Sometimes this digital gap through AI will be able to be easily solved, or it will be easier to solve it, and we'll be able to include people that have been historically excluded. Chile is a country with a very high level of connectivity. 96.5% of houses can access the internet, and of course there's always a group in rural areas or at lower social and economic layers that can be excluded. But how do institutions respond? How can they really catch up? There's a cultural change, and this goes hand in hand with the generational change. The younger people, I don't know if I can be included among the youngers, but on both sides, we are all using digital devices, and it's like, how can we apply this practically on the Congress, and how can this favor democracy or not? In Chile, we've implemented, for example, our Chile bot, that is a platform in order to make consultations to every register in our country since 1828. All that information has been digitalized, the information is available, and it has entailed important work. But you can make consultations with common language about how something has been regulated, how it has been tackled. And with that, I think that there's an approach, right? The great challenge is to understand that political discussion, either at parliament, government, etc., doesn't only respond to the candidates of political parties, but also to citizens. And how can we make them participate in decision-making processes in order to make the process more transparent? But also in terms of participation, I think that these are the two main aspects, but it creates very high expectations. In Chile, we have an initiative that is called Virtual Congress, Congreso Virtual in Spanish, but it creates a participation that is not translated, as in the case of Taiwan. This is not translated into a decision-making process that goes hand in hand. So the initiatives and the popular initiatives in Taiwan end up with some governmental action. In the case of Chile, we're not there yet. And the inclusion of technology, I think, is an opportunity for all of us to understand it, to grab it. I think that the ones that are a bit younger could find it easier, but we need to understand that technology can be applied at other spaces. At legislative level, for example, in our cell phone, we have a chat on WhatsApp where we can have a look at the regulation that is being discussed, what are the bills of law are being discussed, and that's a very useful tool. It's about a cultural shift. These are not future tools, but present tools. A friend of my father from Germany used to say that, well, he used to work at an IT department in the German government. It's like, when you have an issue that you can't solve, call a kid. So how can we include that knowledge from new generation? This is not future, this is present. How can we include that on a daily basis? We've implemented this in other spaces, for example, with transcriptions. As I've said at a different forum, Chilean people speak very quickly. They do. So AI has to be very smart in order to be able to translate what we are saying so that it can be understood. So we have included transcription, and that facilitates, for example, when there's a discussion among different political sectors. If you're blaming the other that he has said something, we have a judge, right? An impartial judge that is in the middle, and he said, well, he said that or he didn't. These are some of the practical apps that we have. There's a project that's called Cabinerb. Maybe, well, the name is not very good. It's Cámara of Inteligencia Artificial in Spanish, AI camera, so to speak, or AI chamber. So this has been done by 8 engineers. And some engineers work on developing all this hand in hand with the lawyers that are specialists in all this. And just to finish with this, we need to understand that this is a tool that is available, but without forgetting that if we want to recover trust on institutions, the best way to reinforce our democracy, this has to go through our own responsibility as politicians, and then as political parties, and then as a system. I mean, we can't just having more transparency and more information with these tools if we do not start by behaving with certainty. Well, I'm a psychologist too, and trust is built through certainty. Certainty, for example, if I say A, I'm going to do A. And maybe that's the great challenge, to be able to strengthen democracy and to understand that these are very useful tools, very important tools, but if there's no change in how the politicians and political parties act, it will be difficult to face the challenges that some of the speakers have mentioned. Thank you.
I'm always very impressed by Chile. You're the good students of Latin America at any level. when the subject was startups, you were with the programs for the startups, the help for the startups, and now you're all about AI. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So, Honorable Emmanuel Bedra, you're a chairman of the OGP caucus and a member of parliament in Ghana. What does this role as co-chair of the OGP caucus brings to your parliamentary action? How can you maybe leverage this position to champion open parliament agenda in your country?
Thank you very much, Paula. Let me, first of all, congratulate all my panelists here, especially members of parliament. It's difficult to be a member of parliament in this era. Now, OGP in Ghana, we started very, very early when Ghana subscribed to OGP in 2011. The government of Ghana decided that two parliamentarians should also feature on the steering committee. So we started since 2011. But having our third national action plan, there was a commitment that Parliament itself should open up. So the third action plan, the fourth action plan, has commitment from Parliament. And so the fourth action plan dictates that Parliament should have an OGP caucus in Parliament to supervise all the commitment, national commitment by government. And so we took it up and we established the OGP caucus in the Parliament of Ghana. Having done that, we also decided that Parliament itself must have a commitment. There must be an open Parliament commitment, a national commitment within Parliament itself. Not a national commitment alone, but the open Parliament. Now, the OGP caucus is basically supposed to make sure that all the commitments made by the government of Ghana are being supervised by the OGP caucus, and also make sure that budgetary allocation for the various departments that have commitment in the National Action Plan are seen through. So when your budget comes to Parliament, it is the caucus duty to make sure those budgets are passed for those departments so that they can do well with the commitment that has been, included. Now, we've done this in Parliament in Ghana, and we've noticed that we need to move further. And so we have just as my junior brother has said in Cote d'Ivoire, we decided to move on to other parts of Africa. And so as we speak now, we are in talks with our brother from Cote d'Ivoire. We've had some discussion yesterday with Moroccan Parliament so that all the parliaments in Africa that are truly democratic and have parliamentary democracy will make sure they also have open parliament and have similar traces of what we have in Ghana in those parliaments. And that is what we are doing in Ghana as well as in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Fatiha Haitulaid, you're the Morocco country director of WFD, and you're an open representative. Can you tell us a bit about the role of open in the Open Parliament agenda, and how does this institution look forward? How do you project yourself in the following next 10, 20, 50 years?
Thank you. No? Okay. Thank you so much, first, for having me here. It's like an honor, to speak along with all of you, speakers. So, for those who don't know, WFD is the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. It's a British public body, and we have offices in more than 30 countries in the world. So, I will speak today about my experience with the Moroccan Parliament. So, the 2011 constitution marked really a major milestone in Morocco's democratic journey by institutionalization of participatory governance. So it created new opportunities for citizen and civil society engagement. But since then, a lot of reforms took place, but still a lot to be done. And this is, I think, what justifies the protests taking place in the street. If you follow the news, in Morocco, protests initiated by Gen Z, young people, because there is going back to the issue of lack of trust in institutions. So I will draw in on our experience in Morocco. So Open has served as a vital bridge between parliament and civil society, particularly youth-led CSOs in all regions of the country. So since Morocco joined the Open Government Partnership in 2019, WFD has accompanied and supported the Moroccan Parliament. When I speak about Moroccan Parliament, I mean the House of Representatives, the lower house. helping them to strengthen dialogue, transparency, and public participation. So as an international organization with access to global best practices, as you know, WFD is a member in the Open Parliament e-network. WFD has exposed the Parliament to innovative approaches from legislators around the world, inspiring local reforms and reinforcing commitment like to openness. So through initiatives such as youth inclusion in parliamentary work, and we have today like 3 young participants who are part of this program. So this program like really has helped a lot, like really in reducing the gap between the parliament and the youth. So these interactions have allowed like civil society representatives to contribute directly in shaping parliamentary commitments under OGP framework. And this is happening for the first time when the Moroccan parliament launched like an online consultation platform to gather feedback and proposals from citizens and CSOs on its 3rd action plan. This has happened only in last July. So this is kind of an important step toward institutionalization, openness, and participatory governance. CSOs have also played critical advocacy in driving internal reform with the parliament. So their engagement led to the revision of the House of Representatives bylaws by introducing specific articles and provisions for civil society participation. As a result, CSOs now are regularly invited to parliamentary events, consultations, and meetings with thematic caucuses, fostering continuous dialogue on policy priorities and legislative reforms. This demonstrates how inclusive collaboration can translate openness commitments into tangible institutional change. So this youth program has also encouraged the creation of new partnerships, and that's very important. That's what we kept hearing yesterday and today. We should have a partnership between citizens, CSOs, and institutions, not only the parliament, promoting collaboration on shared priorities and building a culture of trust. However, in Morocco, I'm still a key barrier remains is parliamentary committee meetings are still held behind closed doors due to constitutional constraints, thus limiting public access to deliberations. So more advocacy, I'm talking to the young people here, so more advocacy and dialogue are needed to promote transparency at the committee level. Similarly, while the new partnerships are promising, more effort is required to institutionalize and sustain them through formal consultation and joint monitoring mechanisms. So scaling these achievements further will require sustained investment in civic engagement, regional peer learning, and ongoing collaboration between parliaments and civil society, ensuring that Morocco's experience can inform and inspire openness reforms across the region and beyond. I was very happy and delighted to meet Your Excellency from Ghana yesterday, and we will explore, we agreed, the action points really, that we will explore areas for collaboration in the near future for a more open parliament, and I believe a lot in South-South cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All of these interventions give me hope, and I want us to close this panel, closing remarks, with something that brings you hope personally, so that you can share with us. It can be a person, an action, a speech, whatever, a piece of music, something that can help us close this first day of OGP Summit, where we talked a lot about threats on democracy with a positive tune. So, who starts?
maybe parliamentarians
Yes.
first.
We can go that way.
Siempre primero.
They always go first, yeah.
C'est moi encore.
Yeah.
Bon, on a dit dans la Bible que les
Okay,
derniers
so
seront les
my
premiers.
turn.
Les premiers, bon, j'ai
So
suivi
the
la
Holy
dernière
Bible says that
personne.
the last ones will be the first ones. So I'm the last one, so I will be the first one in speaking. I would like to say thank you. I would like to say thank you. I have to do this. I have to say thank you to everybody that has supported Ivory Coast. I wanted to speak about the OGP in Africa, in the Middle East, and with Nicole, with Mr. Tariq. And the focal point of Ivory Coast that has supported this project, well, it's an important, ambitious project. And as I've said, this project is built in our head, in our mind. First of all, in our mind, and then on marble. So after the 19th of January, according to the new Assembly regulation, we will include we'll try to include this in the Constitution so that it is clearly defined. The OGP family is a great family, and the Abidjan initiative that we've had is amazing. And in the African and Middle East OGP, well, we will work together in order to try to share our experiences. Because together, we can have this truth, right? As someone has said, we have our own specificities, of course, every different panelist, we have different problems. We're not still at the level of Chile, right? Or, well, Ivory Coast is not at the level of Chile in terms of legislation, but we can keep on working. But in other places, everything is digitalized, so we can learn one from another. And the strategy is that each and one of us can learn from each other, and especially we can bring OGP to the summit where we want to bring it. So thank you very much for this invitation.
OGP as a family, I like that idea. It's an idea that brings hope. So Carolina, do you have something to share?
Sí.
Yes. One of the things we aspire to as representatives of any country is that what we do, either political control or legislation, has a positive impact on people. And maybe the best thing that we have when we co-create with people, with civil society, is when we accomplish these impacts, because you really see that you are getting to the essential point of the problems or solutions. So, to work jointly is maybe one of the most satisfactory elements that we have. And if we understood this, we would be much more willing to generate more participation elements, political control, and we would be able to create this responsibility of being able to have enough elements to build in a more efficient way, but especially with more impact among the population.
Of course, when we have
Thank you very much.
It generates positive feedback and it encourages politicians to keep forward and keep going, because it's not always easy, right? So, thank you. So, Miguel Ángel.
Pues yo voy a hablar de cosas aburridas como la huella legislativa.
I'll speak about boring things like legislative footprint, but following your suggestion, I've picked a song from a late singer, José Antonio Labordeta, that wrote a song that is, "We are like all those trees." Maybe you know that the great symbol of the Basque country is the Guernica tree that decorates the headquarters of the parliament. You can visit it. So it's a symbol of freedom. And José Antonio Labordeta wrote these words, said, "We are like those old trees, beaten by the wind from the sea. We've lost colleagues, landscapes, and hopes, in a way. We try to kiss future times, hands against hands, and equality at the bottom. We will sing to hope. We'll try to look for times that are covered with hands, with faces and lips that dream in freedom." The interpreter apologizes because that was a song, and we did our best. We didn't have it in advance.
Thank you so much. That's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
The tree is such a beautiful symbol, and yeah. So, Anton Leis García.
Bueno, antes lo decía en inglés, pero.
Well, I said that in English, but this idea of collaboration, of partnership, etc., I think that's very important. And I think that it is amazing that MPs understand that their work is not only to participate in these functions from legislative power. It is not enough. Luckily or unluckily, I won't get into that. Legitimacy of that work as popular sovereignty representatives passing bills of law, controlling governments, and so on. Well, it's necessary to open parliaments to civil society and to other types of stakeholders, I would say. I think that we shouldn't question legitimacy of parliaments, because the ones that live in democratic systems have that amazing right that we have every 4 years to choose our representatives. And that work is very important, but the idea of working together and to go beyond the formal institutions is very good. I mean, technical services are from the chambers, and once again, we work in the cooperation field with justice, with courts. It's very important that institutions work well, but we should go beyond the formal institutions, and we should talk to those other stakeholders, civil society. We should speak about political processes, not only with MPs. I've loved what the MP has just said about equity and gender equality. We define ourselves as feminists. It's great to have parity in Costa Rica. In Spain, we are not there yet, but we know that candidate women and women that are working in the politics world suffer much more in terms of hate and different kinds of violence, and we do that in many countries. In Latin America, in sub-Saharan countries, we work with women candidates. Many of them come from civil society, and we try to accompany them throughout that process so that they can be inspiring. And we do that because we think that it's a good idea from the ethical point of view. But we also know that women participation in political processes is good, not only for women's rights, because we know that they do better laws and better public policies. So I think that the idea of that the parliament, civil society, governments work all together, well, many things could separate us. Civil society disagree with what the governments do. That's a good thing to channel those disagreements, but we should have that common point of view and think it that beyond formal institutions, we need to be able to work together so that, well, democracy are parliaments, but also social media and how we rule AI, how we fight against disinformation and hate speeches, etc. And parliaments can pass bills of law, and they can help us all, of course. Governments can do things, of course, but it's our responsibility.
The countdown, we have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much.
We're going to be quick, but yes, women in politics are courageous, and we never have to forget that. I always admire a woman in politics.
Hear, hear. So I've been thinking a lot about something that's coming up next year. You're going to hear a lot of Americans talking about 250 years since the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and a lot of thinking about what that means. And what I've been thinking about is what the world looked like 250 years ago at the time of coming out of a scientific revolution, rejecting divine right of kings, thinking about what it even means to be human, what is our place in the world. And I think right now, as we get ready to celebrate that anniversary in the US, and so many other forms of government that built upon those concepts, what I am interested in celebrating is the 11 years that came after, where we had discussions and arguments and trials and beta versions and 1.0s, trying to figure out how a free society governs itself in a new world. And I think we are at the cusp of a new world. Our world is about to change significantly. I think it is appropriate that we are all feeling that institutions of previous centuries need to be rethought. And I think the anniversary of beginning to ask those questions is a really important time. So I'm looking forward to beginning these conversations next year and perhaps figuring out new ways of doing things over the next decade.
Thank you. So an interesting conversation coming up. So, diputado Cristian.
Bien, hemos hablado de futuro, pero...
Yeah, we've talked about the future, but I would like to make a quote from someone from the past that is totally in force. Aristotle used to tell us that the truth is not enough. We need to show why false information is given. So in this information and disinformation era, how can we critical analysis? How do people face a reality? With the tools that allow them to see what's true and what's not. So one of the big challenges will be that. And we have a very important role to play there. How these tools can be really beneficial, and they shouldn't be a great threat. Like, for example, fake news, deep fakes, fake videos that have created such a disinformation and so many problems. And yeah, problems that we could have avoided. I think that we still don't have an answer for that. There's no reality that can tell us how to face this. But we need to be aware that we need to think how to foster these skills. How can we deliver these tools so that people can distinguish with all this revolution? Because we move from information to understanding and from transparency to an active role of a decision-making process. Anyway, thank you very much for the invitation, and I hope to see you soon again. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So, Emmanuel Betzra, do you want to share something that brings you hope?
Yes, Paula, thank you once again. We need to move this conversation forward. Our conversation about open parliament, open government partnership should not end at high-level discussion. It should go down to the grassroots. Now, we started this since 2011, all about transparency, accountability, citizen participation, innovation. We all started this conversation. We are having more people joining the family. Is it going down to the grassroots? Are we carrying our people along, or we are doing it at high level, leaving our people back? Because I say this because if you have countries that are reneging or backsliding democracy, who also join OGP, but along the line, backslide in their democracy. How can we revolutionize this? How can we move it forward to make sure that the conversation does not end in Spain, but should go down to the grassroots, where people can participate, where in making laws, especially in parliament, we can bring our citizens, the youth, to bring their ideas on the table. Civil society can bring their ideas to the table. I hear a new conversation about state, open state. Can we all come together to share ideas, to have a new vision for ourselves? Or it will be left when we get back to our various places, we do our own thing. Let's move the conversation forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fatiha.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Really, like I've been hearing yesterday and today, two words, transparency and trust. So without transparency, there is no trust. So this is a call like to political institutions to be more open, more inclusive, and more transparent. This is how we will reduce the bridge or the gap between the generations. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. One thing about MPs is that we learn to talk on a timer. So I'm very proud of you all because we were perfect on timing. Thank you very much. Thank you and have a nice evening. Thank you for being here.
Eso no suele pasar como en los parlamentos.
A pesar de eso, hablamos más del tiempo que los 10. Sí.
Pero, o'clock.
No. Bueno,
No.
gusto saludar.
Thank you very much.
¿Con quién?
Con Sonia Rojas, sí. Que Sonia es la...
Good afternoon. We beg you to empty the room, please. Thank you for attending today's session. Please empty the room. See you tomorrow. Thanks. Thank you for attending today's opening session of the summit. Please clear the auditorium. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Hola.